Amazing. Hello, I'm HQ of HQ Reacts. If you find yourself here and you're not subscribed, please like, share, and subscribe. If you find me on other social media platforms, please follow me, like, share, and subscribe. We are trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. So, you can catch me on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Hello, I'm HQ of HQ Reacts. Hey. This is HQ in the house. HQ in the house. What is going on with the world? What is going on with the world, y'all? Elon Musk cut loose on Donald Trump. Yeah, excuse me. Elon Musk cut loose on Donald Trump. He just cut loose on his boy. And he said, reason why he ain't in the tapes and the reason why he ain't in the files or the reason why y'all can't see the thing or see the Epstein files is because he's in them. He's in them. This is wild. Donald Trump is officially off the rail. Who cares? Don't nobody care. We knew that Donald Trump was a part of that Epstein stuff. We knew it. You just didn't want to believe it. People just didn't want to believe it. People just didn't want to have anything to do with it. They didn't want to say anything about it. They were like, oh, we got to vote for Trump. No, we understood. The people who understood this, the 92%, because that 8% are degenerates or something else, the 92% of us knew that this president was what he was. He's the best of friends to this Epstein. Most people don't even have any idea that this president is a part of that degenerate crowd that used to deal with young people. This is him hanging out with Epstein. Wow. Him hanging out with Epstein. Elon dropped this bomb a couple hours, maybe an hour or two ago, that said the reason why we won't be seeing the Epstein files is because Donald Trump is in them. That's why we won't be seeing these Epstein files. He was good friends with this dude. This dude right here. This Epstein in the light blue jacket. And he was convicted of hurting young women under the age of a certain amount. So we knew, but people chose to ignore it. We knew, because a female who looked like her right here was too afraid. People were too afraid to vote for the black lady who was mixed, a woman or a black man. So this is Epstein right here in this blue jacket. Trump said, I wasn't his friend. We wasn't no friends. You and Epstein, him and Epstein, best of friends, best of buddies, right here. But we knew that. We as Democrats, we knew that. But the whole point was nobody would have believed it. If Elon Musk claims Trump is in the Epstein files and that is why they haven't been released. Absolutely, that's why they haven't been released. Because nobody wants to tell the truth about him and Epstein. Nobody. Here he is again. Goody with his buddy. They real good friends. Young girls as young as 14 years old. Yeah, he's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many are young. Okay. And many were young that they dealt with. Okay. He was on the plane. He was on at the island. He was at least he's on the plane. We know he's on the plane, this, that, and the third, right? So Elon Musk dropped that bomb today. So my whole thing is this. Now that we got that information, let's make it a demand to see the full Epstein tapes and the full Epstein records. And if the full Epstein records have Trump in them, if the full Epstein records look at this. Plaintiff was a minor of 13 years old. Wow. All of them, 13 years old. Prince Andrew, plus Donald Trump, plus Epstein. They all partied together and dealt with, and she just went to jail a couple years ago because they were dealing with each other. That lady just went to jail. That lady right here, she used to get the girls. She used to recruit the girls to get to the Epstein Island. Okay. And then they used to go to the island. Then they used to do those unspeakable things to those kids. But we had some of y'all. Here's the thing. This is what I think. It's not a matter of voting for Kamala. It's not a matter of that. What it is a matter of your moral character and moral fiber. When you vote for somebody, you vote for the collective. You vote for the person that's going to move our country forward in a better direction. And that includes their moral character. That includes the messenger. Everybody on this motherfucker always talking about he ain't the messenger. He's the wrong person. We want the message, but we don't want the right person. Y'all fucked up. But I knew that because I told you. I told you that it would have been that it was a mistake. This person does not represent the United States. Now we got this person in office. I am specifically saying if we get the Epstein tapes, let's get them completely out there in the open. If we get those tapes and he is on those tapes, on those pages, those files, then he needs to be impeached. Then he needs to be impeached. If he's specifically on those files, then he needs to be impeached. These two are on X fighting. Okay. Earlier today, Elon Musk dropped the truth bomb that Donald Trump was reason why we could not get the files is because Donald Trump redacted those files, so we cannot see Trump in them. But Trump is in those files of the Epstein variety, and Epstein was a convicted pedophile. So this is what the breaking news was. I think I did a small little video of it right when I heard it. Okay. And I wanted to come on here and then have a conversation about this Epstein thing. The whole point is to get all the information. So when we get the information, we can make a determination. Because this president, I thought the president needed to be impeached before this because of the tariff garbage, because of the things this immigration thing. And I'll talk about the immigration thing later on. But I thought he should have been impeached because of those things. But now he needs to be impeached even more if this is the truth, what these files hold. Do these files hold the truth or they don't hold the truth? I think they hold the truth. I think that's the reason why he never released them, because he knew he was in those files. He don't want to release those. Okay. He don't want those released. He don't want nobody looking at those files. He don't want nobody to say, dog kiss my foot. He don't want anybody to look at those files and say he's less than the president. So What did he do? The first thing that he tweeted out? The first thing Donald tweeted out was something regarding the bill. That big, gigantic bill that y'all voted for. The big, gigantic bill that's going to add $3.8 trillion to our deficit. That big, gigantic bill that there's a bunch of tax cuts in there for the rich. And we ain't getting that $5,000 that was proposed to us. We ain't getting nothing out of that damn bill. On top of the fact that Medicaid and Medicare was cut. Food stamps were cut. See, here's the thing. I know why a lot of y'all voted for him. A lot of y'all voted for him because he said he was going to deport. So deportation don't have nothing to do with me. I ain't no illegal immigrant. So, hey, get their ass the fuck up out of here. I know that's exactly why y'all voted for him. Get them immigrants out of here. Get them out of here. They taking our jobs. But see, the thing was, Trump relied on goofy people to believe the shit that he was saying. He relied on goofy people to look at that shiny object in the corner. Them immigrants, them people eating cats and dogs, them people that I got to throw out of the country, them criminals in the league. Y'all ain't never met a goddamn illegal person in your life, half of y'all. Now y'all worried about illegal people and immigration and shit like that. So he threw that shiny ball in the corner for y'all so y'all wouldn't look at what the fuck he was doing. Y'all wouldn't look at the fact that he hung out with a known pedophile. He was guilty of sexual assault. That he was going to do this. Let's erase that. They just passed a bill that added $3.8 trillion to the deficit. That was the CB score that scored that damn bill. So it is the truth that 3.8 trillion is going to be added to our deficit. All so he could give those tax cuts to the rich people permanently. We had tax cuts too the last time he was in the presidency. The last time, but he didn't give us those tax cuts now. He gave the tax cuts to the rich people now. Now he went in there and he cut Medicaid, Medicare, food stamp. He cut all them programs. And you know what happens when he cut them programs? The people who were able to pay for their medicines, the old people were able to pay for their medicines before. Now they can't afford to pay for their medicines. I just talked to a lady today, and she said her mother told her that they're cutting Medicaid, ABC. This is fun fact. Medicare, for the old people, they have sections like Medicaid, Plan A, B, C, and D. When you have Plan A or B or something like that, it's free. If you have Medicaid plan, Medicare Plan C and D or something like that, you got to pay. Now, none of that stuff is going to be free. None of the medicines are going to be free. So how seniors go to the shop and they put their Medicare card up there and it's free? Nah, it ain't free because they just cut the bill for Medicaid and Medicare. They just cut the bill for the veterans, for the old people, which is what we told y'all they were planning to do. They were planning to not give it. They ain't giving us no money. All y'all having problem paying your rent. All y'all having problems paying your car note. All y'all paying for that. But yet you got happy to put Trump in the office and he went and he got that bill passed that cut all the benefits. We ain't getting no tax cuts. We ain't getting jack shit. We just getting a hard road. A hard road where we still got to pay rent. And most of y'all can't even afford that. Okay. Where you can get Medicaid. Now seniors and veterans can't even get no Medicaid. They got to pay out of their pocket now. Okay. This is what this president brought down the pipe to people. I just wish y'all would wake up and look at exactly what this president is doing, what he has done. And I get it. Like I said, most of y'all said, get them damn immigrants out of here. But you didn't think he was going to go this far, did you? Did you think he was going to try to attack the Tuskegee Airmen? Did you think he was going to try to attack black museums? Did you think he was going to try to get rid of the Haitian people? Did you think he was trying to get rid of the Cuban people, the Venezuelan people? And today, on top of that, on top of today, he just banned 12 countries from coming into office. 12 coming into the United States. He banned 12 countries. Which means if them people, if you out of the country and you're visiting one of those countries, like Afghanistan, like Haiti, like Chad, like Sierra Leone, you visiting those African countries or those Morocco, you visiting any of those countries this weekend, you better get your ass back here to the United States before Sunday night. Otherwise, you're going to be banned from coming back in the United States as long as he got a ban on it. He just banned 12 countries, which means if you're from there, you got to go. He getting you up out of here. Or if you're in those countries and you're traveling, can't come here. There's a ban. There's a ban. But some of y'all, that don't mean jack shit because y'all ain't no immigrant. Y'all ain't traveling. So it don't mean jack shit to you. Okay? But this is just the beginning, which we knew it was just the beginning. We just didn't know it was going to be this fucking bad. Okay? And he said it. He said it. See, and I ain't gonna talk about it now because I want to talk about it later. I'll talk about it later. The immigration policy is just fucked up. You all think we getting immigrants out of here, we getting out of here. And those black jobs y'all was talking about, that he meant the black jobs picking cotton. He meant the picking cotton, picking the corn, picking the strawberries, picking the blueberries. Yeah, y'all black folks be happy to get them jobs. All them illegal immigrants got y'all jobs. Picking that cotton, picking them strawberries, picking them blueberries. Now get y'all nigga ass over there and get them jobs then. Y'all was so concerned about them immigrants having y'all jobs, getting money. Now ain't nobody over there picking the cotton. Ain't nobody over there picking the strawberries. And y'all don't want to go over there and pick. I don't know why the hell y'all was worried about immigrants picking cotton, being over here doing that. I don't understand. Ain't none of y'all ever met no illegal immigrant in your life, and you worried about illegal immigrants in the country. Why you worried about illegal immigrants in the country? You don't even know none. Don't know nothing about what they doing. So now our president has been exposed as being in the Epstein files. Epstein was a known pedophile, and Donald Trump was his friend. Donald Trump can deny it all he likes. We got pictures, we got video, we got all that. That's why we can't see the Epstein file tapes, the Epstein files, because President Trump redacted those so that you would not see his name in the files. Okay, this is his friend. This is Epstein right here. He's buddy-buddy with him. Buddy-buddy. Right here, buddy-buddy. This is his pal. I'm your buddy. And here's a quote right here. He likes beautiful women, and many of them are on the younger side. That was all Trump, and that was all Epstein. Which is what we, as most people, try to sound the alarm. So I hope he gets impeached because he deserves to be impeached. This kind of human being deserves to get impeached. He's not worthy to be in the office of the presidency. But some of y'all voted for him. Maybe you need to rethink your, recalibrate your decision-making skills. Nobody can defend this. Nobody can defend this. And a lot of you will come out and say, oh, well, we don't know whether he really did. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It is a duck. It is a duck. And I'm pretty sure that his name is in those files, and those files will be revealed as true, what truly happened on that island. Okay. Truly happened. Okay. This is them at the as a predator. They're considered predators. That's what they are. Okay. Predators. So, I mean, that was a rant. That's the best rant I can give you. Look, we got the receipts. You see this? We got the receipts. We got the receipts. We got the receipts. Okay. So my whole thing is this. He needs to be impeached. It is what it is. This is Epstein. This is Epstein as a young man. Donald Trump is his buddy. That's his buddy. He said, as many of them are on the young side. He loves beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the young side. Ain't none of that. Ain't none of that for all of those reports. Okay. This is it's a bombshell. This is a wild freaking story that just broke. And I remember I was outside. I was out in the car, going to get some things done. And Elon tweeted this on X. Okay. And Donald Trump ain't spoke about it yet. He ain't denied it. He ain't said nothing because he can't deny it. Because you know how I know it's the truth? Hey, Tia. You know how I know this is the truth? That Epstein ain't lying? How I know this is true? Because Epstein, Donald Trump would be ready to sue. Donald Trump would open up his mouth and say, I'm finna sue. You're lying. I'm finna sue, blah, blah, blah. And he'd be attacking Elon. He ain't attacking Elon. Y'all know how petty y'all president is. Your president is petty. The minute somebody say something about him, he ready to attack him. His petty ass ain't said nothing since Elon broke the story that he was in the Epstein file. Your petty president ain't said jack shit. And normally he'd be ready to sue somebody. As long as he don't sue, if he don't sue Elon, I know he's in them files. And I know he's named as one of the co-conspirators in that file. And he ain't said nothing, not one word about Elon and these files since Elon dropped that bomb. Dropped that bomb around, I want to say Elon dropped that bomb around 3:30, 3 o'clock. Okay. So that's how I know he's telling the truth. And that's how I know he needs to be impeached. Not particularly because of this, but other things. All the things that have been coming down the pike about the president. I hope everybody got their assignment. 2026 midterm elections. I hope y'all got your assignment. Because we need to rid ourselves of this as soon as we can. Because we don't have the respect around the world. We don't have the respect of our lawmakers in the country. We don't have the respect of our peers, of our allies. We don't have any of those things because America made this tragic and fatal mistake. Okay. Nobody can defend this. Hey. Nobody can defend this. Okay.
Charges that Jeffrey Epstein was running a sex trafficking ring in the early 2000s that included underage girls as young as 14 years old.
Donald Trump in 2002 said of Epstein, he's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side.
He routinely spoke fawningly of Jeffrey. He admired Epstein's lifestyle.
Your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of it.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
What does Tiffany have of Marlon's?
She's got Marlon's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got
this point. Yeah.
You were playing tennis and you came off the court. Quote, look at that piece of I would love some of that. It so happened that Trump was referring to Cohen's then 15-year-old daughter, Samantha.
I had the impression that he was interested in younger women and that, you know, women would age out for him.
Miss Teen Universe? Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show.
I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I stayed there with no sweat.
Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl.
You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
A lawsuit against the presumptive GOP nominee alleges he raped a girl when she was 13 years old.
Prince Andrew answering questions.
I mean, it's a lot of revealing things in that interview, and now they're starting to bring those things out. I don't know why people are starting to bring those things out. Mainstream media is bringing these things out. Y'all, if you're not willing to go all the way, then don't talk about it. If you're not willing to go all the way, then don't bring it out. If you're not willing to impeach him, don't bring it out. See, I blame one person for this debacle. One person. His name is Mitch McConnell, the Speaker of the Senate, the leader of the Senate. He was the leader of the Senate. And we, as Democrats, impeached this president 2 times. And Mitch McConnell would not let it happen. We would not even be facing this travesty if Mitch McConnell would have did his job. Did his job. So here we are. Okay. Years later, here we are. They had plenty of time to do it. Okay. Why didn't they do it? And the Republicans are going along with the same garbage. The whole point is we need people to start speaking up and talking. The people who voted for him need to start talking and saying, we need an investigation. We need them to go further. We need them to do what they need to do. That's what we need people to do. Okay. Right. If nothing else, we need those papers released. Those Epstein papers released. Then we can actually have a conversation if we can have those papers released. Right. And so I'm saying, that's all I'm saying. That's all we're saying. And even see it, as I stated earlier, I could never vote for a man who did that to a woman. As a woman, I could not vote for him. Even if y'all didn't like Kamala, even if you didn't like Kamala, you never should have put pen to paper and voted for a convicted SA person. As a woman, you voted against your own rights. As an immigrant, you voted against your own rights. How can that even happen? How could that have happened? Even if you didn't want to vote for Kamala, there was other choices on the ballot that you could have voted for besides voting for this president. Because as much as people say, "Oh, I voted for him because of his policies," his policies don't outweigh the mess. The policies don't outweigh the mess. Okay. So that's why I said, oh no, we can't, we ain't gonna be able to do this. Okay. No, we ain't gonna be able to do this. This is what Elon Musk tweeted out just a little while ago, an hour ago. He said the Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. So if if Elon Musk is saying that Trump's tariffs are going to cause a recession in the last half of the year, oh yeah, we're going to be in for some shit, because he should know. He should know. This is his best buddy. He let his best buddy into the White House and let his best buddy raid the coffers, raid the money. He let him get in there and do whatever he wanted to do with the money. So this man should know. This is Elon Musk's account. The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year. Okay. And I'm in Elon Musk's account. Okay. Okay. And I'm in his account. So I've been following his account ever since he said the bomb. Okay. Okay. The relationship between Trump and Epstein is well established. Trump flew on Epstein's plane at least 7 times, though it's not clear he ever went to the island. Okay. And Elon says, time to drop the real big bomb. This is what he said. Elon Musk at 11 o'clock. Okay, I don't know when it was. I think it was like 3 o'clock when he dropped it. He said, time to drop the really big bomb, Elon. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. So that shit is wild. That shit is wild. Okay, that shit is wild. Time to drop the really big bomb. Then he said, have a nice day, after he said it. And I said, are you kidding me? Are you guys kidding me? So they on X fighting right now. Elon and Donald are on, fight. Elon is just dropping bombs. Elon is dropping bombs on X. Yeah, Elon said, have a nice day, after he said Trump is on the Epstein files. Like, what? He mad. What the hell did y'all do to Elon to make Elon snap like this? But we heard him the other day. Remember what he said the other day? He said, I can't talk. I ain't finna hold my tongue no more. This is what he said. I ain't finna hold my tongue no more. The bill we about to vote on, the bill you're about to vote on is the biggest money scheme that has been happening to the American people. I said, what? I said, what the hell is going on? What? And then now the bomb is, even the most biggest bomb, is that this bill that people vote, that Trump and them are voting for, will add that $3.8 trillion to the debt. $3.8 trillion. All these people talking about, I want him to get rid of waste and fraud. I want him to get rid of money. I want him to see. The point is, you don't know. The waste and fraud was the poor people. Let's get them poor people off them food stamps. Let's get them poor people off their housing. That's Section 8. Let's get them veterans and them old people off Medicare. We can't be paying for their medicine. That's the dumb shit some of y'all told yourselves. When that's a fraction of the budget. But that don't matter, because now the bill that they're putting in place right now is going to add $3.8 trillion to the debt, which means we ain't never going to get out of debt, which means that ain't never going to happen, which means you voted for somebody who's going to raise the debt. And I don't want to hear that bullshit about, oh, Kamala would have did the same. Kamala wouldn't have been deporting people like this. She wouldn't be deporting people like this. She wasn't caught in no sexual anything. And even if we took all of the personal shit off the table, let's take all that personal shit off the table, shall we? This debt is going to add, it's already going to add, it's going to add 3.8 billion. And why? Why did it add 3.8 billion? So we can give tax breaks to the richest people amongst us. Tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Instead of cutting a $5,000 check for every one of us, why didn't they, if we were going to go into fucking debt, why didn't you give us no money? Why didn't they give us none of that money? I would have looked at them even fun if you would have said, oh, okay, we're going to give the tax cuts to the rich people, and then we're going to give every American $2,000. I would have been like, oh, okay, then we all got some money, right? We all got some. They didn't even do that. They don't even plan to do that. They just giving the money to the rich people. They just gave all the money to the rich people. We are screwed. Elon Musk just said the second half of 2025 is going to be hell in a handbasket. And y'all know what the hell is going on. Half these people can't pay their rent. Half these people can't pay their car note. Half these people robbing Peter to pay Paul. And Paul talking about, I need 2-3 months in advance. People out here struggling, trying to make it. And that bill that's in the Senate right now is going to put $3.8 trillion onto our debt. And we as the American people ain't seeing. Y'all remember we got that little bit of money when Biden came into office and Trump cut us a check, and then Biden cut us a couple checks. Remember that we got the $2,000 checks from Biden and Trump? Okay. We don't even get that. We don't even get that. Only the rich people get that. Only the rich people getting money. We ain't getting no money. We ain't getting jack shit. Except we gonna have to pay the debt back. See, I don't give a fuck about the debt. I don't give a fuck about that $3 billion. I'm just saying, person who say, I care about the debt, I don't want no more debt, then you don't give a fuck about the debt, because the debt finna go up $3.8 trillion under this president. And we don't have no way to pay it back. All because he wants to give his rich friends some money. And then all of that comes on top of this, the Epstein files. Okay. So I'm like, what? You did all of that? See, here's the thing, and I know this, I know they lied. They lied to goofies who believed they was looking for waste and fraud. They wasn't looking for waste and fraud. But the goofies believed it. They wasn't looking for waste and fraud when they were cutting the budgets. They were looking for money to pay for their tax cuts. They were cutting out of the budget to pay for these tax cuts. That's what they were cutting, supposed waste and fraud, which really wasn't really waste and fraud. You cut all of those jobs for waste and fraud. Only goofy people believe that shit still. If you've been paying attention, and most people don't pay attention, because otherwise you never would have voted for him if you'd have paid attention. We are so fucking screwed. Elon Musk just said we are screwed. The second half of 2025. We are in for the hell ride in the second half of 2025. Okay. And for us to, because of this bill right here, because of this bill, because of the tariffs, it says our nation is deeply in debt right now. Next year, our country will owe more than we produce for the first time. So why y'all trying to pass a bill that's going to put more debt on our plate? Balance the budget or bust. Ain't nobody trying to balance the budget. Donald Trump don't care about that. He care about getting the tax cuts to his friends. Otherwise, we would be getting checks, $2,000 checks, $5,000 checks too. Otherwise, we be getting checks too, but we ain't getting none. Why would you vote for somebody who's going to give tax cuts to all their friends and not give none to the American people? Why would you give somebody control of the economy that they finna put tariffs on all the people, and now all of us got to pay for these tariffs? All of us got to pay for the tariffs. So I want the Epstein files to come out so that we have a reason to impeach this president, because he really needs to be impeached. Just say you fucked up. If you voted for him, just say you fucked up. Just say, I didn't know what I was voting for. Just say, I didn't know he was going to do this. Just fucking admit it and then do something to help us turn this around. That's all you got to do. I don't care who voted for him, how you voted for him. Just fucking admit that you made a mistake and turn the shit around. Okay, we understand what we did. We fucked up. Okay, let's figure out how we're going to take this person out of the office. Because the country has been fundamentally changed because of the things he did in the first 100 days of his office. And I knew that he didn't. I knew when he said immigration, and then everybody jumped on the bandwagon. Get rid of them immigrants. Get rid of them immigrants. And the minute I heard that he was trying to get rid of Obama's library, I knew he was trying to get rid of he was trying to do more damage to the country. When I heard about that DEI, I knew he was trying to do more damage to this country. And people kept saying, we don't need no DEI. She's a DEI candidate. Kamala is a DEI candidate. Now here we are down a rabbit hole with a supposed pedophile. And we got goofies out here defending that pedophile. Defending this pedophile. Make it make sense. Okay? Make it make sense. I never knew who Larry Hoover was, so I never knew really who that was. So some person that's been in the prison system for years and years and years and years. Who knew? But anyway, hold on real quick, y'all. Hold on. I'll be back. Then we can start on that roasting over at the LApeef. Hold on. Let me use bathroom. All right. Let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it. Hold on. Let's get to it. Now, let's get to it. Now, the other day, well, hey, y'all still want to talk about, y'all want to get into the LApeef, or y'all want to still talk about Trump? Y'all let me know. Y'all want to talk about LApeef, or y'all want to talk about Trump some more? Anybody else got anything to say about Trump? One in the chat if y'all want to talk about Trump a little bit more, or one in the front you want, or two, we want to do the LApeef thing right now. Y'all let me know, one or two. Yes, this is a very embarrassing thing. Two is the Trump thing? Is two the Trump thing? Are we done with Trump? Okay. I'm finished with Trump. Is two the Trump thing, or is two no, say the name. LApeef or Trump? The one you want to talk about. LApeef or Trump? Because I fucked up. Somehow I messed up. Anyway. Okay, let's talk about LApeef. LApeef, let's forget about Trump. He just too messy for me. Trump is just too messy for me. I can't. Because every time I want to talk, no. Ain't no way. So, anyway, y'all. Anyway. I went and I looked at the LApeef the other day, right? The other day. This shit was too. I forgot. I did. I be on some other shit. Y'all hit the like button coming in. Please hit the. Wait a minute. Hold on. Shit. Let me make sure. Cause okay. Let me make sure. Okay. Y'all hit the like button coming in, please. Okay. This is it. And then I gotta change it around. Y'all hit the like button coming in. But I went over there, right? And then I got the doggone channel. And I got the doggone video. I thought they was finna drop the video on me, right? And they was gonna delete it up or close it off. But boy, I went over there. And that dude, his name is the public offender. He's the male feminist. He went over there and triggered. If you all know, who is that one dude? The wheel. Right hand corner, this dude right here in the right hand corner. If you all know him, he's an opinionated asshole, right? He was the first one to jump his ass out there. And then this public offender guy, because I had been following the public offender. I follow him, but I didn't think he was going to make his way over there because he defends, not necessarily defends women, but he tells the truth about men. And they don't like it, boy. So he got invited. So he must have been doing something good. So he got invited. So let's start with this first clip.
Panel, which is, what do you think gets a woman to fall in line? Love or leverage? What do you think gets a woman to fall in line? Love or leverage? Let me go ahead and start with you first, Trev. You're on mute, just so you know.
Oh, you never heard of this show? This is the LApeef show. Hold on. This is called the LApeef. You see it, the LApeef Network? Okay. And then they have panels. They have panels of people, relationship panels and things like that, right? which is what I want to get to, where we have relationship panels, but I can't get the women to come on. But the name of this is called King Panel. It's called the King Panel, where men talk. Their shows come on, I think, Sunday nights. When mostly when y'all watching SBC, their shows are on Sunday nights and Thursday nights. Okay, so they're called the LApeef Network, and then I guess all of these people have their own little. No, not all of them. I know this man has his own show. Public Offender has his own. This is LApeef right here. Okay. And Hink has his own show. I've been on Hink's show. I've been on LApeef show. I've been on all their shows except the Public Offender show. Okay. So Hink has his own show, but his show is football and sports. Okay. LApeef has the relationship show. Darwin has a show where he beats up on women mostly. And the Public Offender has his show where he male correct. He does male correction. He's more of, you need to get your shit together before you talk to women. So he's very good. Okay. He's very good with correcting men. So this is where we're at. So you guys know. Okay. And this is the first question. So listen to everybody's response. Okay. And just so you know, this Jew right here, he's an asshole of the first order. And he bullies the most of the panel, most of the time, from what I done seen. And the public defender comes over and rolls over his ass. Let's go. All
right, I got to come back to you.
Go ahead. Y'all can hear that, right?
Go ahead, Block.
Y'all can hear me, right? And the show. Put a 1 in there, y'all can hear me. And the show.
Okay.
Yeah, Anton Daniels used to be on here. Yeah, used to. Till he went too far. When he was talking about black women, he went too far.
What do you think gets a woman on the line, love or leverage?
Leverage. A woman's love is based on how she feels at the moment, and it's not consistent. So as with as temperamental as a woman's feelings and emotional state is, so can her love be. But the leverage that you have over her is going to last significantly longer than any type of emotional situation or temperament that she can have.
All right. Go ahead, Public Offender. What about you? What do you think gets a woman to fall in line, love or leverage?
Y'all keep in mind that this public offender right here, he thinks completely different. All of these are the men, masculine men. Women they think like the SBC chat does. All right. He's a different guy, different type of guy.
I don't know. I mean, do I have to agree that I'm trying to get a woman to fall in line to begin with? But I think that's a weird approach. But yeah, I mean, obviously love would be, the better option, right?
Okay. Do you care to explain why it's love?
Yeah, I mean, because love is the things that you do for the person. You having integrity, you taking care of them. The way that you want to be treated is the way that you should be treating them, pretty much. So you want them to you want to be intentional and step up and care about them, and and do all the things that you need to do to make them feel safe. When you do that, then they'll quote unquote fall in line. They'll, you both will be in line with one another, to be honest with you. You will be aligned with one another.
Okay. I get your point. Go ahead, Brother Hink. What do you think gets a woman to fall in line, love or leverage?
You said, what do I think?
What do you think gets a woman to fall in line, love or leverage?
I mean, the love my wife has for me, she'll fall in line, but I may think it's the leverage. But no, I don't think it is. Because I never had to use that on her. I guess if I ever had to use that, maybe that's what it was. But as far as I think it's the love she has for me to fall in love with me.
All right. Go ahead, Will. Picking and choosing. What do you think gets a woman to fall in line? Love or leverage? And feel free to respond to anybody else if you got any additional questions.
I'll definitely respond. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Is most definitely the leverage.
So y'all have to remember, this person right here, this person is talking. Normally 9 times out of 10, he's overpowering the whole panel. And the whole panel, yeah, he better say love, but listen to the way this person always say, from what I've watched, every time I've watched him, he's overpowered the whole panel, and the whole panel somehow ends up agreeing with him. But this man right here, no.
Leverage. Love. You gentlemen that's saying love are sadly misinformed. My man.
No, he's not single. Listen to the way he talks about his woman. Listen, we gonna get into that, but listen, because I don't understand how these people even be married. Listen.
Hink is unsure. He think is the love. It could be love. People do things for people that they love, but to get a woman to fall in line, it's not love, it's leverage. And my man, Mr. Public Offender, nice to meet you, sir. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm completely in opposition to the position you've taken. We do for our children all the time. We love our children. We do for them all the time, and they be disobedient, unruly, defiant. They rebel continuously. So love is not what gets people to fall in line. Leverage is what gets people to fall in line. If I can whoop my daughter's ass, she probably gonna fall in line because she don't want her ass whipped, not because I love her. If my woman disobeys or falls out of line, I have to use my leverage to.
See, I don't like that language. He says disobey as though I'm a kid. Listen.
To get her back in line. I can't love her more to get her to acquiesce. I have to take something away from her, or I have to come down with a stern hand, for lack of a better word.
See, I don't like the language. The language is what turns us women off. I don't understand why men don't get that. It's not that we don't want to be under your covering. It's the way you talk to us and about us that we have a problem with it. And it doesn't sound right. I'm just going to let the public offender tell y'all.
It's not to say being abusive. I'm saying you have to lay down the law. If you don't lay down the law, they are going to continue to do more of what they're doing. You can't love people out of bad behavior. You have to have some type of consequences or repercussions to get them out of bad behavior. Right. Or get them to fall in line.
You'd like to respond, public offender, or Hank?
Yeah. Comparing a woman to a child in this case is kind of wild. Talking about hitting your child, which that's a whole different topic for a whole different day. Hitting on kids is crazy to me. But definitely comparing a woman to a child and saying that you need to come down with the law on a woman to get her in line is crazy. I also would like to know, just to anybody that understands the question, what do you mean get her to fall in line? Like, what does that mean? What does that look like?
I don't know if these other brothers want to take a stab at it.
If I was to guess what
I'm gonna stab at something else because I'm a rebut something else, but go ahead, I guess, Bruce.
No, go ahead, Hank, because you got pulled up in the conversation initially. Go ahead.
Okay, so maybe I could be misunderstanding the question because it says get a woman to fall in love. So when I say love, I know a lot of people just think about the ooey gooey feelings and you kissing her or buying a gift. No, mine's I have to tell my woman all the time. My way of showing love is not just me telling you I love you.
Mm-hmm.
It's about certain things I have to do, say around this house or just in the world to make sure she's good, make sure she's protected, to make sure she's feels safe. So that's my form of love. And I have to remind her that all the time. I said, look, I don't always tell you I love. I tell you I love you once a day. And I think to me, that's good enough. But for her, what she needs, that's not what it is. She wants to hear it every 55 seconds. So, you know, I do what I need to do to make her feel better, to make her feel at ease, to make her feel comfortable. But the most important thing that I feel like I show when I say it's me showing love, is making sure she's safe, and that's the most important thing. So that's what I'm thinking when I'm thinking about love. So maybe, like I said, I could be totally confusing it. My leverage thing, maybe that is a form of leverage because I'm doing that. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
See, you notice that Hank ain't finna jump out there. Nobody has gotten bombasted. Nobody has gotten out of pocket yet. Normally, it's that Will person that says the most outrageous stuff, right? So they just trying to feel the panel out. They trying to feel the public offender out. And so far the public offender is okay. But he wants Will to flesh out what Will is talking about. And see, this is where Will made his fatal mistake. He didn't see where the public offender is used to dealing with men and what they do and how they say and what they mean. He is used to dealing with men who want to hide shit, say the wrong shit, say stuff for shock value. Will met his man. He was worse than what we thought. So let them go.
Do y'all women, for those of y'all who are in relationships, do y'all women fall fear for their safety daily? Like, are they constantly, they need to be constantly reassured, like daily or hourly?
Yeah, that question is wild. Fall in line? Where y'all think this is? Don't we got our own autonomy? Come on now.
That they're safe?
No.
Like, I get so confused with the word safe when people use it, make them feel safe. I understand safety in a sense of danger. Hey, danger's lurking. We got to get you somewhere safe. I understand safe in the sense of emotionally speaking, when people feel unsure of where they stand in your life. But this constant reassurance of safety is asinine to me.
So, like when I go on the road for my son's basketball games, I'm going 2-3 hours out. She's not able to go because she's got to work, do what she got to do. So she wants me to call and check in with her. Else she'll call me. Hey, how are you on the road? You know, because she knows I'm coming home. It's 12:30, damn near 1 o'clock when I get home sometimes, because I'm driving so far. Some of these out in the sticks. When I say the sticks, I mean.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. But I'm highlighting the beginning. The beginning of the issue, not the whole panel, because some of the stuff we can skip, but I'm just highlighting the contentious parts of this exchange.
Me out in the country, it's a lot of side roads, so she feels more safe when she hears my voice, knowing I'm all right. You know, I'm knowing I'm safe on the road. If it's storming, she hates storms. When it's storming, she gets scared. So if I'm down in my office when it storms, she called me, it's storming outside. You think it should be down there? I have to reassure, I'm fine. Everything's good. We'll be fine. If we need to go to the basement,
right,
then we'll go in the basement. But that's what I mean when I say safety, not because she feel like somebody about to kick in our goddamn door. She knows before I go to sleep, I'll make sure everything's locked up, alarms on, lights at where they need to be at, so everything's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's the safety she's concerned and worried about.
I typically look at safety like, because hey, I'm not a security guard and I'm not a watchdog. You know what I mean? Like, I'm more than that for sure. And you can't protect anybody. At the end of the day, I mean, you really can't protect people. You could try to the best of your ability, but I'm not with my wife 9 hours a day. Like she go to work, she come home like there's nothing I can do. If something happened when she at work, ain't nothing I can do. You know, she's a grown adult person. She moves throughout the world without me all the time. This is not, you know, the 19 or this ain't the 17th century when women couldn't move freely without their men. My wife drives, she has her own car, she lives her own life. And so I don't look at safety like I'm protecting her from the world. I think she could do that, you know, well enough for herself. I think the number one form of safety, because the likelihood that the person that is most likely to harm a woman is the man that's sleeping in the bed with her, not some random stranger from outside the house. So when women talk about safety, when my wife talks about safety, she means me making sure she's safe. So the number one person I have to protect her from is me. Right?
Now that's a wild take. That's a way wild take. That's a wild take. I get what he's saying because he understands that human predators and protectors, most women are deleted by their significant other. They have issues with their significant other. 9 times out of 10, if she's going to have issues, it's going to be with a significant other. This is what he's implying, that men are inherently the predator, blah, blah, blah. And the person that she has to protect herself from is a man most of the times. So this is what he's trying to say, but the whole panel is like, what? Wait a minute. Specifically, Will, this is what triggers him for real.
Right, whether it be emotionally.
Hey, look at Will's face. Y'all see?
Or physically or whatever the case may be. I have to make sure that I'm a safe space for her, not that she exists in a safe space. Because you can't, like, I cannot put my wife in a bubble. It's impossible.
I think, I don't want to, gentlemen, if y'all want to chime in, take the mic from me, but I understand the sentiment of the emotional idea of safety, but I think we should use a different word. I think safety makes the average man go to physical danger, physical harm. And when y'all be talking from this emotional space, I think y'all tap into y'all femininity too much. And then it gets to a point where the line is misconstrued. It gets misconstrued. It's like, what are we talking about?
See, Will is always trying to make shit jump off. When y'all talk from y'all emotional space, when you all talk from your emotional side, you notice he's using words that he's trying to trigger people, right? I don't know whether he's trying to trigger public offender, but when you call a man feminine, that pisses him off. Most men say that pisses us off. Why are you trying to call me sassy? Why are you trying to call me feminine? This is what Will is doing. But then public offender gonna jump right in it.
Putting the notion out there, the most dangerous man, the person who's most likely to harm the woman is the man laying in the bed with her, is a crazy thought to put out there, because we teach our children.
I know, right? I know, right?
About strangers outside the home. With that notion, you will have to teach the children the most dangerous man in the world is the man living in the home. Because if the man that's living in the home is the biggest threat to mama, then you also the biggest threat to the babies. And I think it's crazy to put that notion out there, because then it creates all this confusion. And this narrative, or this notion also of comparing a woman to a child, bro, that's 100% the case. Women are beneath men. I don't know.
Oh, see, I'm showing y'all the most contentious part of this exchange. They have more, but he just went, this is why Will comes on the panel, to trigger all these other people, but you didn't think you was going to catch a person that was going to push back. And public offender ain't trying to hear none of that. Wasn't he the one? He was the one saying discipline, discipline my wife, punishment, withdrawing, holding stuff from her. You see how they talk? This is wild.
I don't know if you see life as a hierarchy. I don't know if you and your wife share the same plane where you have to get permission for her to do things, because you sound like, from what you said, she has her own autonomy to do pretty much as she see fit. But I'm curious, does she get to do as she see fit, and then you have to ask her to do what you want to do? Or do you also get to do as you see fit? Do you both have autonomy? Or I don't want to dive into your personal relationship, but you mentioned it. So I'm just asking, because if there's no hierarchy in your dynamic, I can see why you will take the stance. But if there is a hierarchy, everything that's below you can be on the same level. It really doesn't matter what level it's below you. If it's not below you, then it's even to you or it's above you. So would you say you and your woman are on the same plane, or is there a hierarchy in your dynamic?
I mean, it depends in what sense we're talking about, but
overall,
no, I don't live in a hierarchy. I mean, I try not to. I know the world is constructed to be a hierarchy, mainly by white men, but
no, black men too.
As a black man, I'm not really interested in hierarchies, because
are y'all equal?
That's what landed us in.
Are y'all equal?
It depends on what we're talking about.
No, overall, like if you take
of course, overall we're equal. Yeah, of course. So I mean, here's the thing that I find funny. If right off the bat, right, you comparing a woman to a child, why are you over a child? What gives you authority over a child? Typically,
because I have legal authority, and I have
beyond legalities.
Because it's my moral responsibility to care for this child, to steward this child, to raise this child, to provide for this child, to protect this child.
And why must you do that to a child? Why must you do that for a child?
Because
not legally, I'm saying. Why does a child?
Yeah, because the child is incapable of doing.
They're incapable of doing it. Okay.
Yes.
So, and also a child is immature and underdeveloped mentally, right, from a scientific standpoint, and all of these things. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Women are not underdeveloped scientifically, right? In so many ways, they're more developed than men. But if we're talking on paper, on paper, you're smarter than a child, right? You're probably not smarter than your woman, though.
That shit, you shitting me?
Probably not. If I had to guess,
you might not be smarter than your woman. I'm damn sure smarter than my woman.
Okay, I'm not smarter than my wife. My wife has a master's degree.
You don't, but you can't speak on me.
I said more than likely your woman is smarter than you.
0% chance, sir. 0% chance. So 0%? It ain't no more than likely at all.
What does that say about Will, who's speaking about his woman? What does that say? How does that look? Wait a minute. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, how highly do you think of your woman if you get on here and say your woman is dumber than you? Or 0% chance that you're married to? You understand what I'm saying? What is he? Are you on here saying she's a cuckoo bird? Why would anybody be on here saying that you're married to a dummy? But that's what he's saying, right? And everybody's looking at him like, what the hell are you talking? What? Wow.
0. You know what 0 is?
He's saying 0. She ain't smart. She ain't smarter than not me. 0 chance she's smarter than me.
The number below.
I don't know if it's a 0% chance. Your wife is.
You, but listen, you never met me and you never met my woman. My woman could be dumb as a doorknob. You wouldn't know that. If I'm telling you that I'm smarter than my woman, I think you should take me at face value. I'm taking you at face value that your woman is smarter than you. I'm not telling you
she's more educated than I am. I don't know if she's more intelligent than I am, but she's definitely more educated.
I don't know what you mean by educated, because a degree doesn't
literally
mean
has a higher level of education than I do.
Literally, what I'm saying. I said a degree doesn't mean anything to me. I accept that people get a certificate from an accredited university and they say this is a degree. That don't mean you know shit. It doesn't.
I mean, you know something.
Okay, if you say so. I'm an employee. I hire people with degrees all the time, and they dumb as doorknobs.
Some of them can be.
No, most of them. Listen, most people that I interview with a degree is dumb as doorknobs. Dumb as hell.
Okay.
Do you hire people?
No.
So I'm telling you, lived experience. I'm telling you, when I interview people, like if I shared my screen right now, you'll see resumes on my desktop. I interview people all the time who have degrees, and they're not intelligent, they're not smart, their common sense factor is below par. They're
So
not
do you
socially. What's that?
I'm curious. Do you have a degree, Will?
No, I don't.
So, but you work at a job where you constantly are hiring people with degrees? Where is this?
I own a company. I don't work.
Yeah, same thing. Whatever.
No, it's not the same thing.
I mean, you're hiring people who have a bunch of degrees, but you yourself don't have.
No, I said I'm interviewing people with degrees. I didn't say I was hiring a bunch of people with degrees.
Interviewing them, hiring them.
No, there's two different things. Listen, an interview and hiring is two different processes.
One leads to the other.
Hire somebody is because you were impressed enough by what they said, not necessarily by what the degree says. Because the degree, I don't know. Have you ever do you look at degrees? Have you looked at a person's degree before?
Yeah.
And does it give you enough information about that?
That's what I say. He is normally one of the ones that come on the panel, and because he comes across as articulate, he comes across as the one who says, I don't need to marry my woman. I don't need to marry her. And this is why I don't marry her. This is why my reasons. And then he comes across as logical, but it's like, it's a degenerate mindset. Women don't matter. Women ain't smart as me. I'm the man, blah, blah, blah. This is how he comes across. This is why the public offender is not, I'm not finna take the bait, but he finna trigger him though.
That person where you can make a decision about them without interviewing them?
Yeah, I know certain things. If you have a degree, I could tell you certain things about the person for sure.
So I could present someone with a degree, and without you ever meeting the person and talking to the person, you can tell me certain things about them. I'm not talking about like they went to school for 4 years and they committed to a process. I'm not talking about that. Can you tell me something about them as a person?
Yeah, I can. I can tell you that they probably can read beyond the 6th grade level, which most men can't read beyond the 6th grade level. I can tell you that they have some level of critical thinking, because you have to have, you literally have to develop that skill when you're in college. I can tell you that they're consistent because they graduated, and it ain't no easy task. So it'll tell me something about their fortitude. I can tell you that they're resourceful, because to get a degree, you have to develop some level of resourcefulness. Yeah, there's a bunch of things I can tell you.
How old are you?
43.
Okay, I'm 43 as well. I don't think you realize how much people cheat their way through college these days.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
Oh, I am.
I would suggest you don't do that, because it does not. You're just making up stuff at this point.
How do you?
And there he goes. There he go. See, Will is not used to people challenging him to this degree. He is going back and forth with the public offender to get one up on him. But the public offender is not going to let him do that. I get what the public offender is doing. There's one person. Now, Will is talking himself into the corner. You started this, Will, because the arrogance puts him where he is. The arrogance puts him right in front of the public offender. And the public offender breaks men like him down every day. So this is right in the wheelhouse of the public offender. But let's continue.
There's no science behind that. Don't just say that. There's no science behind that.
How do you figure I'm making assumptions?
Because you're saying stuff that you can't actually prove. When you say a lot, what's a lot? That's relative.
Well, okay, hold on. So you're saying I'm saying stuff I can't prove. So if you can't prove it, then you shouldn't speak on it, is what you're saying.
I try not to, yeah.
No. I'm not saying what you try not to.
I just said yes.
Hold on, listen. Right now, Right now, you told me I'm doing something, and you said if you can't, so you basically want me to prove what I'm saying. So if I can't prove it, then you're of the mindset that you shouldn't be speaking on it.
In this instance, yeah.
No.
If you say something that should be verified,
the public offender has been doing this to men for the longest. You don't get into a squabble with him. A man shouldn't get into a squabble with the public offender unless you've been doing what the public offender has been doing. These men over here at LApeef are used to talking to men, and having the men on the panel agree with them, or acquiescing. The public offender is used to men getting on the panel and him not taking you at your word. You say your wife is smarter than me, the public offender is going to show you where you're wrong. You telling me that you can read a resume or you know that they're dumb, absolutely, the public offender is going to challenge everything he has to say. And Will ain't used to getting challenged because the rest of them normally ain't challenging him. The rest of them is like acquiescing.
It should be verifiable, and you can't verify it. I would say you probably shouldn't say it.
Cool. So what I'm asking you is this. Are you taking the position that if you cannot prove something, you shouldn't speak on it?
No, because that's a stupid position to take.
Okay, so then why are you reprimanding me and trying to tell me that I shouldn't be speaking on this if I can't prove it?
Because I just told you why. You didn't listen? I just said the reason why is because this is something that actually is verifiable and there is science and data on this. And if you can't substantiate that data, then you shouldn't say stuff like this. You're just making it up at this point.
Hey, so wait. You're telling me there's data as to whether or not people cheat through college? Yes. Where's the source for that data?
Exactly. You don't even know that there's sources for this.
Sir,
exactly. There's sources on this. There's literally sources.
We gotta get some other people involved too, y'all.
You're speaking on something, and I'm accepting what you're saying. But now you have to support and back up what you're saying.
What am I claiming? I haven't made a claim.
You have made a claim. Your claim was.
We're just getting started, man. Let's go ahead and get Darwin answered.
I'm not.
Let me make this last point, and I'll move it on. Your claim is countering my claim. See, I made a claim. Well, you gotta let me finish. Listen to what I'm saying. I made a claim that there's a lot of people cheating through college. You are countering that claim. So if I gotta support my claim that people are cheating through college, you need to support your claim that people are not cheating through college.
No, the thing that I said to you was you can't substantiate it, so you probably shouldn't say it. I didn't even counter it.
And I accepted that. I accepted that. But you also, sir, I did accept what you're saying. I don't agree with you.
You got it, man. You like to argue a lot. You got it.
Then that's all he needed to say. Then Will ain't right for the rest of the show because he's not taking. You notice how some people, when they get into a room, they get into a room and then everybody gotta get around them because they the it girl or they the it boy. He think he the shit. This is how they've been treating Will. Like Will is an authority on a lot of things. And he won't even marry his woman. He won't even make legal for her. And he say she dumb. So anyway, public offender ain't taking nothing that he got to say as face value. This how he get on here and pretend like he is an authority in a lot of things. And the public offender saying, oh, no, I ain't going along with the garbage that you spewing. Watch. Look at the demeanor of Will for the rest of the show.
Will, you did one of the claims that he made that there are sites and surveys that he can actually go reference to show that there are how many people that are cheating through college. That's one claim that he made that he said that you should be able to do. Yeah. And the fact that you couldn't, he used that as a try to be like a gotcha moment. But one thing he also did is just blatantly untrue. As you said that most people can't read above a 6th grade level.
I didn't say that.
You did say that in English.
I didn't. Rewind it back, sir.
Exactly.
I didn't say that. So I said most men in America can't read past the 6th grade. The average man reads at a 6th grade level,
which isn't true. Which is my point. So the things that you're saying that you can just verify. I put the link in the chat already, so you're cooked. But if we're just going to make up statistics, just make sure that, you know what I'm saying, you're not a hypocrite. You're telling him not to prove things or say things he can't substantiate.
What link
you can't do the same thing either.
Let's look up your link. What link did you pull up?
It's in the chat, homie. All you gotta do is click it. Right click it so it don't take you out this window.
Well, I'm on a computer and a phone, so we're good. I don't see it.
I'm confused on the statement that I like to argue. I made a claim, and if my claim gets challenged, the person challenging my claim is the person starting the argument. I can make a claim all day long. You could agree with it. You could disagree with it.
I don't see it. Yeah. I mean, if you just say stuff, if you're just saying stuff like willy-nilly, then I would like for you to substantiate the claim. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I can substantiate claims, but my claims will be substantiated with data that you may not necessarily agree with.
Hold on. Is this the link you're talking about where it says in the first thing in the United States, 54% of American adults read below the equivalent of a 6th grade level? The first line?
And you said most men. So when you dive down into that number, you'll find out that that's still not true. But again, champ, I provided you with information. I can't understand it for you.
Hold on, sir. Are you not good at math and reading? Because it
no,
says
I'm great at both. 54% of American adults includes men and women
above a 6th grade level.
Adults include men and women. You said men specifically, correct? So this is your gotcha moment.
Sir, you can say Americans, or you could say men or women, doesn't matter, but we were talking about men.
I just disproved your assertion. You said men.
You haven't.
This says adults. I mean,
how does that disprove what I'm saying?
Listen, I can give you the information. I can't understand it for you. And if that's not something I'm even willing to do.
But you don't understand it, sir.
What I noticed
is that explain something to me that you don't understand?
It seems like it's the same type of men who argue, and then when they get cooked, they start saying, "Well, you like to argue a lot." That sounds like something your girl taught you to say. Because
you notice that every time one of them want to embarrass or say something weird about a man, they're the first ones to holler about zesty or womanly or your feminine way or whatever. You notice that every one of the men, when they want to get on another man's skin, start talking about something you feminine or that's feminine energy or whatnot. That's why.
I got no girl. You might date girls. You seem like you like little girls. I'm married to a woman though.
All right, let's go to get back on track. Go ahead, Don.
Hey, hold on. I don't know your name. You might like little girls, homie. I got a woman though.
I can tell you ran by a woman too.
I got 2 sons and a wife. You might have a girl.
And I can see your wife in you right now.
I'm not into girls. I like women. I'm a 43-year-old man. I got you though.
That likes to be ran by women. I understand. We can see it in you.
I got one though.
All right, go ahead. So the question is, what?
Basically, what he's saying is, shut your ass up. That's basically what the public offender is saying. Shut your ass up. I don't know what you're talking about, girls, blah, blah, blah. See, you notice how the dude at the bottom tried to make it seem as though he was kind of public offender was being feminine. Don't try to do that to him, because he gonna run circles around you when you try to do that shit. The dude at the bottom, he talking about, well, you been cooked. Cooked how? When people cook you, they been going at you, stirring the pot. Then all of a sudden, you jump out the middle of it, and they say, voila, this is the results. That's not cooking. He didn't cook nobody. You just presented a stat that you didn't know the answer to.
What do you think gets a woman to fall in line, love or leverage? I would say a bit of both. I don't think it's one individually. But if I had to lean, for the sake of the question, if I had to lean on one just to entertain the question, I would say leverage. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I feel like that is because I think modern women have been raised up or socialized to prioritize independence and emotional expression. And a lot of men were raised by women who led it. So I think just setting those boundaries, demanding the respect, and being able to walk away is, to me personally, is a lot of leverage you can have in a relationship. Mm-hmm. Because then it creates consequences for if a woman was to get out of line. Mm-hmm. So once she get in line, if you want to keep her in line, I think just being able to walk away when a woman become uncooperative is the leverage you need if you plan to keep a woman in line. And I know a lot of people probably thought I was going to throw money on it. No, I wasn't going to do that. Even though money is important for a relationship to function, we're talking about women falling in line. And if somebody need an understanding on what in line, man, I don't know if anybody went over that. But one could say it's subjective. I mean, we all come from different backgrounds, and we can't say that we all live by the same moral principles and standards, especially since we integrated. So me personally, I would say some type of divine, I would say parallel to divine order is a line. that I would present for better understanding of the audience. And as man, as God, man, woman, child. So there's a hierarchy, and a lot of people probably not going to agree with that. I can understand, but that's just allowing me to give you some clarity on what the confusion is about fall in line, and I'll yield on that.
I do have a question though. What level of reading literacy is sufficient for an adult in America?
Level 1.
You said level 1?
Apparently, whatever level they're reading at, because most people got a job and most people are living their life. So whether they can read or not read, I can tell you one thing: most niggas can't count.
Would you argue that a 6th grade reading level is more than sufficient to actually?
It's sufficient. A 6th grade reading level is sufficient to live in America, to live in the world.
The most important thing is the comprehension. That's the most important thing. You got to better understand what you're reading. So yes.
So even if most of Americans do only read at a 6th grade level, that is more than sufficient to be a functioning adult. That means somebody who can read instructions, read and write, be able to communicate with others, be able to take instruction, and to be able to perform tasks.
Case in point, we let our 6th grade children out of our sight. If they weren't capable of reading and comprehending, we will be bad parents to let them out of our sight at any time. Clearly, we do it. It's okay. They can comprehend. They can read. The whole notion that most men can't read above a 6th grade level, that's a feminist talking point.
Notice every time they want to bring it back to him, it's something feminine.
There's no reason to bring that up. I don't even know why educated men or guys who claim to be educated. First of all, I'm so tired of people using this term educated. Because you went to college and you got a degree doesn't mean anything. Let's just be real. What matters in this society that we live in is money. You can be dumb as hell, but if you can make money, you're good. If you don't know how to make money, you can be smart as hell and you're going to struggle. So y'all love, feminists, males or females, love to get behind things that don't pertain to making money, because most people who have that mindset can't compete with people who make money. So they have to discredit the money to try to elevate their strength, which their strength doesn't move mountains.
Will, can I ask you a question? What is the definition of feminism?
I don't give a damn.
Then why are you using the word?
It ain't masculine.
I know, but and what's the definition of masculinity?
That of a man.
And this is what I'm saying. In real time, you have a man that barely can read past the 6th grade probably, and he don't know the words he's using. And then
Will so triggered that he can't even answer the question and be cordial when he did it. The public offender ain't said nothing to him for 2-3 minutes, and he's still ignorant and rude when he does address the public offender. Public offender said, "Can you explain what feminism means?" He said, "I don't give a damn." Why you mad at me? Why you talking to me like that? You wouldn't talk to nobody else like that if you wasn't mad at him. He's already triggered. Will ain't never been the same since he told him since he told him that first thing.
He's using the word out of context, but you're using words out of context, and that's important when we're having a discussion. That's why we cannot have these discussions.
Let's not be disrespectful.
You have educated people and undereducated people. And the lines are we're never gonna align. It's not.
Well, let's not be disrespectful. Are you saying that I can't?
I'm being dead serious.
Hold on, sir. You don't even know my question. Are you saying that I can't read above a 6th grade level?
I don't think you can. Personally.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't ask you what you think.
You did. You literally just asked me what I think. I just told you what I thought. I don't think you read past the 6th grade level.
I asked you, what are you saying? I didn't ask you what you think.
I don't think you read past 6th grade level, and I'm saying you don't read past 6th grade level.
You have a difficult.
I don't believe, and the reason why I'm saying that is because oftentimes people who don't really understand the things they're saying, they like to, their ego gets affected. So you just use 2 words out of context. You don't know what either concept is. That's why I asked you, because I knew you didn't. The reason why I knew is because you used them out of context. And that's important for the discussion. You can move it around.
You notice the whole panel is on mute. You notice they on mute. Wow. And they normally all got something to say. Ain't saying nothing. And this Sweeney always jumping in, always got to say something. He ain't saying nothing. Hink ain't saying nothing. Nothing.
Around all you want to, but that's relevant. That's pertinent to what we're talking about, right?
So,
you don't think that's important? You're going to use the words, make them make sense, brother. Make it line up. Don't just.
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt real quick?
Before you interrupt, Willie, I want to say one thing to this brother. First of all, you're being very disrespectful and condescending. I'm gonna let you do it because I let everybody do it. But then at some point, JR gonna put us both on the jumbotron, and it ain't gonna go well.
Well,
just telling you like this.
I'm gonna tell you something, brother. I'll never be afraid of a man that can't read past 6th grade.
Okay.
Just so you know, because I get surgical with this.
Let me interrupt.
This is a light. I'm walking.
Look at the laugh. Look at the laugh on the panel. Look at LaPeef laughing and Trev laughing and Darwin starting to look crazy. Look at Hank. They know that public offender is cooking that ass, and they want it to happen. They want it to happen.
This is light work. This is not you and me aren't on the same level in nothing. Life, reality.
Well, let me interrupt. And it's a question.
We're not in the same. We're not in the same ballpark.
This is what I'm talking about when I say. This is what I'm talking about when I say disrespectful and condescending. So first of all, he don't know me from Adam.
And here you go with this,
bro. Can you stop interrupting me?
Nope.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
You interrupted me, so
go ahead, Darwin.
Well, I think this interruption that I'm about to make is probably going to be useful. Clear up the confusion between y'all two. What I wanted to say is, and this is for both of y'all, not one directing to either one of y'all. When you made a statement associating feminists with people who can't compete with who got other people who got money, wouldn't it make sense that women who took off feminists, the results of that or the outcome of that is that they were being more educated. And the result of that, they were able to be individuals. I mean, not individuals, but they were able to pursue their individual careers and reach financial stability. So to public offenders logic, the feminists actually can make money and compete with people.
Sir, I think you're misconstruing my point.
Okay, and that's why I said you can clear it up.
I'll clear it up for you. Just because you can take, so what you're choosing to do is you're trying to take the feminists who advanced, who excelled, and you're looking at that data only. Just because you have a subset group of feminists who excel, don't mean all feminists excel. Bro, you can't look at that's like looking at
and I get what you're saying. So forgive me for that, because I thought for the most part, I know you got the radical side and then you got what it was intended for. I would argue that the women who became the whole reason for the movement was so they can open a bank account back in 19 whatever the fuck date it was. You know, establish their own
it was 73.
Their own path to financial stability without having a man involved in it, and be able to live their own lifestyle without having to be under the tutelage of a man. That's just my research. It ain't got nothing to do with me being aligned with it. I'm just trying to play what they call it.
Doesn't matter.
You just try to understand.
Okay, think about something. So when you're a feminist, your objective is to recruit other people to be feminists. All right. So when you're recruiting other people, because like anything, there's strength in numbers. Everybody doesn't have the accolades that you have when you recruit them to your ideology. So when you advance and you excel in life and you say, hey, look at this. Think about this, for example, as a Black man, if you excel and you go try to recruit other people to be on that journey with you, that don't mean they have the same accolades as you. They have the same ideology as you now. They believe what you believe, and they're striving for whatever it is that you're striving for. But that doesn't mean you guys are equal. You're talking as if feminists as a whole, anybody who takes on the moniker feminist, that they're just elevating in life, and that's just not true.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Here. This brother right here sounds like a feminist. I don't know if he's a feminist.
Again, hold on, Will. If you're gonna say the word, I'm gonna need you to give us a definition.
Bro, can you stop interrupting?
Give us a definition. If you're gonna keep calling me a feminist, give me the definition. That's all I'm asking for. I got 1,000 for you if you can give it to me. Tell me the definition. Don't look it up.
I'm about to put this in. If you
businessman,
can't stop,
tell me the definition.
I'm done talking to this nigga. He keep interrupting me.
I know, brother. If you gonna call me something, because if you gonna call me something, I just want you to know what the word means, brother. That's it. That's all I think that's fair for everybody on the panel. You use a word, you should know what it means.
Peace.
That's all I said.
Peace to the panel. Public offender.
I'll be damned if I get a nigga to tell me, give him a definition of a word.
Last time I saw you, you was
now he got Will so triggered. He got Will so triggered. Will don't want to answer no question. He don't even want to engage with him. But see, Will is good at them sneak diss. Will is good at sneak dissing. This man, this feminine stuff, this blah, 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 right? We get all of that. We get that it's the feminine energy. We get all of that. That's according to you. But he can't never get back right on the track. He can't never. The dude in the middle at the bottom, he already done triggered Will. The dude in the middle at the bottom, he already put him in the corner. Shut your ass up about them stats because you don't know what you're talking about. So now he ain't got nothing to say. Hink is rolling because Hink said, I'm just going to sit back and watch Will get cooked. That's all he doing. They loving what they see. They can't tell me that they didn't love the fact that the public offender came over there and was roasting on this doggone Will. You can't tell me that. Now we got Kenny. If y'all know Kenny is a single man, ain't never been married. I don't know whether he's a virgin or not. I don't know. I don't understand none of that. He's an incel or whatever. Will can be as correct as he wants. Will sees the world in a certain way. That's the way he sees it. That don't mean it's the correct way, okay? But the whole point is public offender sees it in a different way. You have to figure out how your world works and how it makes you successful, right? According to public offender, his world is successful the way he is. So Kenny, I don't know whether Kenny is separate. He's got a woman. I don't understand. But see, now Kenny wants to come on. And if y'all know anything about Kenny, Kenny comes on the panels and pretends like he's more morally superior than most people. He always does that. I'm better than you. I think this way, blah, 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 blah. That's the way he comes across. May be true, maybe not. But nobody wants to be told that they less than. So here comes Kenny trying to come on the panel and deal with public offender. You are woefully underarmed. You got to come armed when you come with this dude because he's already combative. That's what he does on his channel. Combative to men who come on who have stories. You all hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Come in. Super chat, cash apps are available. We don't like working for free. You already know I don't like working for free. I'd appreciate super chat, cash apps, all those good things. Please and thank you. Please hit the like button coming in.
pandering for DJ So Lovely. Well, you made it to the big stage.
What does pandering mean, Kenny? What's the definition?
You was looking high.
Hold on. What's the definition of pandering, Kenny P?
Is this what we gonna do all night?
Yes, I'm gonna challenge y'all on all the stupid things you say. I'm gonna make you give everybody the definition.
You forgot
y'all
me,
gonna
good
learn
buddy.
Today is the day y'all gonna have to learn.
Hey, this is what we call a nigga a hoe.
Yo, P.O. I know you. You just like the ass to be up on these grown panels.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Somebody's microphone or something is going on.
Oh man, that's like too much. I don't know who soundboard that is. Shit sounds terrible though.
This when we start calling niggas hoes.
Hey, JL, what garbage can you find P.O.?
Oh, you guys know each other?
Yeah, that's DJ So Lovely.
I talked to this whole ass nigga on Instagram one day, and I blazed him on
Hey,
Instagram.
Hey, hold on, wait. Wait, did it, out of respect
Look,
for
drink your
hold on,
fluids.
wait.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Let's try to chill with the ad hominem and disrespectful slurs, man. But
oh no, mine is direct.
For the record, I invited public offender on here, so I think it's
It would be you, Lemon
right for
Pepper.
me to
But I do want to have a
Would be you
conversation.
to invite him.
Kenny,
Lemon
doesn't
Pepper.
matter.
Kenny and
There's
Will, Kenny and Will, I do want to have a conversation. So let's just make sure
y'all
we
ain't gotta
have a
attack.
conversation without
I
using the
apologize,
name.
JR. Peace to the panel.
I got to
Hey,
say something real
listen,
quick. Just real quick, brother.
The
I
brother
don't know.
disrespected me multiple
I
times.
don't know.
I ain't
Will,
said
you
nothing to him.
disrespected yourself by coming up here. I didn't do it. But I want to say something about both of these brothers real quick. I don't know either one of y'all, but y'all know me. And that should tell you everything you need to know about this conversation. I never seen Kenny, peasy headed ass. I never seen Will, weird beard ass. I never seen either one of y'all. I swear to God, I ain't never seen it. I'm happy you know me. I'm happy you're familiar with my work. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Y'all supporters, y'all fans. I appreciate that.
Are you out your mind?
Hey.
All right, y'all. Can we get Viz to answer the question?
You notice half the panel is rolling because they know this is the first time that somebody has come up on the panel and it's been smoke, straight up smoke for Kenny, who comes on there and acts like he's morally superior. Will, who thinks he's superior and manly in any way above the rest of them. Sweeney, who comes on and thinks he's going to get a gotcha moment every time he talks. They all on mute. Hink, Hink can get up there and say, this dude fruity in the fruitcake. This dude fruitier than nuts. Hink will say that in a minute. Hank ain't saying nothing. He got them all on spook mode. Ain't none of them saying nothing. And then you got Trev who ain't saying that, and Viz. Not a thing. Not a thing.
What's wrong? You good?
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. Y'all, we can go to the next one.
Okay.
What up, Viz?
You might well let Kenny answer the topic since he came in.
Go ahead, Kenny. What do you think gets a woman to fall in line, love or leverage?
Leverage.
Explain.
A woman can say she love you. She can give you a false representation. If you hold all the keys to the car, no matter how things go, she's gonna fall under your covering. Because if she ain't getting it from nowhere else, the biggest thing that keeps women in a position that they are right now.
And see, this is where I have to differ. It's not a matter of differing. It's a matter of I don't like when men speak for women. When you speak for women, you always come off goofy. This right here, you got to leverage something to me. You got to threaten me with something. Let me look. You got to threaten me with something. That's what I mean. That's what I think. When you say, what's the leverage? What do you mean the leverage? Do you got to leverage? Is it leverage or love? Leverage to me means you're threatening or
Is that they can tell
withholding.
you I don't need you. And when a woman is in a position where she can tell you I don't need you, you lose leverage. I know it's unfair and it may sound harsh. The women of yesteryear, they understood the importance of a man. He provides me protection. He provides me provision. He makes sure the house is whole. Without that, most women were lost. I'm not saying that I'm scoffing at women who are educated nowadays, but they lost traditional value, but they still want that thing. Love a beater. You have arranged marriages that work. And then they said, I didn't love this person at first, but I grew to love him. When you hold the proper leverage, and I'm not talking Mr. from Color Purple.
Mm-hmm.
When you're able to, okay, I'm gonna provide you these comforts. It's either my way or the highway. I'm following the hierarchy. A woman might bicker for a little bit, but she's gonna fall in line because she knows that you're a man of structure. This thing is gonna work. And I'm gonna follow your lead because I'm gonna stay where comfort's at. Let's break it down to basic values. A woman returns to where she finds the greatest comfort. Under leverage. I drop it there.
All right, Sweeney, did you want to answer this question?
Yeah, I answered.
All right.
Any woman that would tell you that all you have to do is love her to make her fall in line is lying to you. Even they understand that you need leverage to make somebody fall in line. They talk about it all the time. When they talk about how they can get men in line, they always utilize leverage. They leverage sex, they leverage the court systems, they leverage the children. So even they understand to get somebody to fall in line, because that's the word we got there. It's how do you get a woman to fall in line? That means fall in line, whatever you got going on. Love doesn't do that. Leverage does.
I don't understand how these men are thinking. Maybe it may be true or not, but why would I need to leverage? Why couldn't you just love somebody and they want to do it? Why does it have to be leverage? Why couldn't it just be voluntary to do that? I don't understand why y'all putting leverage in there.
And I know that public offender asked earlier about the difference between women and children, and that he didn't want to compare children. But even when it comes to other men, you utilize leverage to get other men to fall in line. You don't love them into falling in line. You don't like them into falling in line. You use leverage. You leverage the job. You leverage their position. You leverage money. So in all seriousness, yes, you would to get somebody to fall in line and acquiesce to what you need them to do and what you.
Yes, depends on if they're willing to do it or they're not willing to do it. If you know they're hesitant to do it and you want them to fall in line, what do you mean? I call you. I put it up. We put it up. 6 o'clock. What do you mean? But that went live because Trump. They looked at Trump and he on the pedo scale. He's on the pedo books.
You want them to do if they fall out of that.
But here's the thing. They say leverage. Here's the thing with the leverage. You gotta hit the notification button. Everybody has to turn the notifications on. You have to go to the screen that you're watching and then click the notification for all notifications. That's the only way you get. Even if I go live and you all don't know, yeah, they crashing out. I was talking about them earlier. I'm gonna talk about them after I get done with this stream. Yeah, but anyway, leverage. You only need to use leverage if the person is unwilling to acquiesce, right? But if the person is willing to go align with your program, you would need to use leverage. Love would be what you would use, right? Ain't that right? If I love you and you love me, it wouldn't be leverage. It would just be love.
The only way to get them back in line is to utilize leverage.
But get them back in line. What do you mean get them back in line? And that's what I don't like. Get them back in line. From where?
I think that's because men aren't communal enough, and we don't know how to work. Our whole thing is trying to dominate and trying to manipulate.
Public offender, that makes no sense.
Okay, you can wait till I'm done talking.
I'm about to argue with you.
No, I'm serious. Like in all seriousness, to say.
Wait. Let's make sure we finish.
Right.
Let them finish.
Hold
on. Let them finish and then you respond.
Drink your water, man.
Well, no, I'm cool with what you said, but to say that men are not communal enough.
Look, this is what I want you to do. This all I'm Sweeney, do me a favor. Whatever you want to say, write it down, wait till I'm done, and then you can rebuttal. Like I did you. I waited till you were done, and now I'm talking.
You didn't wait till I was done.
You were done. You about to lie and say you weren't
done?
Let's
go to continue the conversation. Go ahead, finish public.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The way y'all.
Yeah, they're saying that's what they say. I mean, they saying, what do you think gets a woman to do what you say? Love or leverage? That's what they said. If you're weaponizing, leverage is weaponized. That's what we're trying to say. Why would you be weaponizing that kind of information in a marriage or a relationship? Why would you need to weaponize it if the person loves you already? I don't know. Let's finish. They finna crash out.
Like this lie so quick.
They want to be community.
So anyways, men aren't really about community. We're not about building a community. We don't know. We're not about egalitarianism. I'm sorry, for anybody that doesn't know what egalitarianism is, it's the concept of working in where everybody is equal, right? And they have equity. And if you don't know what equity is, I can explain it to you. But anyways, so men aren't really about that. Will already said, he said men are about, we like a hierarchy, right? Which hierarchies are inherently bad for people that are not at the top of the hierarchy. Everybody that's not at the top of the of the hierarchy inherently gets taken advantage of. And that's odd that people, working class people that are being taken advantage of right now, to this right in this day, we exist in a hierarchy where we're being taken advantage of, but yet we still perpetuate the idea and the concept of a hierarchy. I don't get it. But to some extent, it makes sense because when you are abused in the world every day, all day, right, at work, you're abused, you know what I'm saying, by the system, you beat up by the system as a working class man. A lot of men just want to go home and do that same stuff to their wife and their kids and their dogs and their cats and their lizards. A lot of men get off on that. So I hear
the problem is Black America, men, you don't have any leverage over the women. Women always are going to have leverage over the men because men want snatch more. It is what it is. It's a double standard, but it is what it is. We're always going to have leverage over you because you're always going to want it, regardless of whether it's with a woman you want or not, or a prostitute or whatever. Always going to have leverage, always.
A lot of that in what y'all saying. Y'all want to go home, and since you ain't have no power in the real world, now you want to go and be the white man at your house. And that's cool if you want to do that. I personally am against that, though.
But you're paying. You're paying. You're a customer. You're a slave to the sex. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know?
I like working in the community with my people.
How do you know men get off of going?
Nope. Every last one of you men on this planet. If you're not an incel and you have sex, you're a slave to the sex. Period.
Getting off of work and lashing out on their family when they get in the house.
I didn't say lashing out.
Oh, what did you say?
I'm saying that men like to go home and exert their dominance and control over their family, and that's what these men are talking about doing. You can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're saying it's only when he goes home from work that he exerts. It's not. So it's not like something that's constant or static.
I mean, you can't do it when you're not there, right? To some degree, I guess you can, but mainly you do it when you're at home.
Oh, my bad, Viz. Go ahead. I ain't mean to interrupt you.
So, in what society was
y'all gonna let that nigga skate without proving that claim?
Well, I was, but Wiz wanted to go in there, so I was just gonna let him go because
I don't know why y'all keep thinking it's bullshitting. Why do you think it's bullshitting? Are y'all wild? Do y'all know how the world works? Do you honestly think men have control over women and they have control over the snatch? Y'all don't have control over anything as long as snatch runs you. Y'all don't have control and you won't have the leverage ever. Ever. Please understand that one thing. The only thing you have control over is whether you fall for it. But most of men do. So therefore, you don't ever have leverage over the female.
I want to.
So
in what fight over who turned?
In what society was hierarchy not a thing? I think in every community, even if you look at the ancient tribes, they still had the elders that was at the top of the hierarchy. Somebody was at the top of the hierarchy throughout every society that we can think of and have ever been exposed to. So which ones are you speaking on exactly? You on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, so egalitarian societies by name, I can't think of the name of the one right now, but there's actually one in Africa it was ran by a woman or by women.
Ashanti. They're Ashanti.
Oh, it could be that. Yeah, that sounds right. Whatever.
No, look it up. It's the Ashanti.
So cool. You say
that could be that could be their name. I'm not. You might be right. I'm not denying or confirming. I'm just saying you might be right. But nonetheless, though, they separated themselves from men because men are inherently dangerous to women right now. So that was number one. And
I look at the whole panel. The shit I get that he's taking a shit on the panel. He's taking a shit on the panel. I get it. But he's doing it to trigger all of them, and they all get triggered. But most of them are not going to fall. Hink, you know damn well Hink, because if y'all are familiar with LApeef at all, Hink would have been up and saying something. So would Sweeney. Would have been up and said something. But you know who gonna say something? Kenny and Will. I can't think.
Operate more like as a commune, right?
And he just gonna keep shitting on them.
You know, they operate in an egalitarian system.
So
and that's happening right now. Yeah.
So amongst all of those women, there's no hierarchy amongst the women.
No, and the thing is, I think that I know this is a hard concept for us to wrap our brains around, because it's like telling Americans we don't need money, right? Like the concept of money, or we don't need patriarchy, or we don't need capitalism. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's really hard, and I'm not even joking. That we don't need prison.
But no, that's not hard. That's not a hard
I'm not
concept.
saying it for you, brother. I'm saying in general it is hard though. I do think it's hard for most Americans. That's on purpose. But
wait, so in this society, is there no men in this society that they're talking about?
Yeah, they got rid of the men. They literally.
So it's an egalitarian society.
It's not true.
One-sided. So explain to me an egalitarian society that no men are at, but you want to call it an egalitarian. You ostracize all of the men, yet want to call it egalitarian. This is acid.
What are you saying?
I'm gonna be done talking to you in a second, because
it says that egalitarian society is one that believes all people are equal and should have the same rights and opportunities.
But they ostracize all the men.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what it will say. It sounds like he used the word out of context again. What'd you say?
You said that they.
Will said something. I think he said they ostracize all the men. Is that what you said, Will?
Nigga, they kicked all the men out, didn't they?
That's not what ostracize means. Just so you know.
Well, I think what
he ain't gonna let up on Will. Will shouldn't have jumped his ass out there like he knew everything. The tribe was run by a woman. Yes. The tribe was run by a woman. Yes. And it's egalitarian. But you can have a leader. But the society could be run egalitarian simply because no one person is above you. All have to have somebody who make decisions here or there. But the whole point is we don't think of ourselves as above another person, as in a hierarchy. And that's what he's trying to say. Well, I don't know what he's trying. He's finished. Let him finish.
Wait, darling.
I'm sorry, brother. You got it. Like I said, that sixth grade read level keep dropping up on you, man. It's fucking with you. That shit got you in a headlock, brother.
So wait. So
hold on, wait, gentlemen.
Hold on, Will.
Watch this, Viz, because he keep coming for my neck. So what does egalitarian mean?
Your man Viz just literally read you the definition. You wasn't listening. It is a society in which people are treated equally. And they have the same rights.
Yeah. So if they removed all of the men, then that wouldn't be a egalitarian.
Men don't live in this society, brother. You have to be in this society. Yo, listen, I'm gonna help you guys understand this.
Do you know what tribe it is?
Wait. Before y'all, hold on, brother. Hold on. I know I got y'all excited, but give me a second. Hold on, wait. Will,
like a gnat. You like a little lady.
Will, calm down, brother. Will, calm down. It's okay. Instead of a girl. Will, it's okay. You're gonna be all right after this live is over. You're gonna have you a nice bourbon and go to sleep. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is,
Will ain't been right ever since he told him that he didn't know how to spell or he didn't understand the words that he was speaking. Once he said feminine and masculine, it was over, right? So the whole point of the panel, and I understand why public offender went there. See, here's the thing. Darwin knows exactly what public offender does. Why would he invite him over to LApeef if he didn't know he was going to start controversy? That's a public offender. This is public offender. He's okay. If y'all know Sharon, y'all know anything about Sharon Bracey, he's better than Sharon Bracey, but he does what he's more like Sharon's cousin. If y'all know Sharon's cousin, and you know Sharon Bracey, he's that type person, that type man. But he's more Brownsville. He's a more practiced, more polished Brownsville. who's a friend, who's a cousin of Sharon Bracey. Sharon Bracey has his own show. Brownsville, yes, he's more articulate and he knows how to beat men's argument. So when Darwin invited the public offender over, he knew what type of man he was. He knew he was going to stir controversy. He brought him over there just to get on Will. Because and Hank, maybe this guy down here, I don't know. But he knows, Darwin knows that he can't beat this man's argument. So the only person that's left to fight with him is Will. Will is the only one on the panel that would go up against this guy, and the public offender made him look crazy. Okay? Public offender, who's the traitor? I don't know what you mean by a traitor, Typro. But yes, public offender was invited by Darwin right here in the middle, and you can't tell me he didn't know what he was going to say when he came on the panel. And I wouldn't be surprised if he told him to come up there and act a fool. Come on over there at public offender and act a fool. Because why would you invite him if you didn't know who he was? So he knew who he was. He knew.
By your logic, Vic, hold on. By your logic, right? You're in America. Not everybody in America has the same rights. I'm talking about, so if you come from out of the country, you don't have the same rights as people that are from America, correct?
Well, no. What? Let's stay on topic.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Just answer the question. It'll help. So
have you not been paying attention to our political climate?
Will.
No. You asked the question, right? You asked the question. I'm asking you.
This is above your pay grade, brother.
To our political climate. Yes, illegal immigrants get the same rights as Americans. As a matter of fact, they get more rights than Americans.
See, and this is what I'm saying. Why reading is fundamental, because what he's saying is unequivocally false.
Look at Will's face, y'all. Look at what you know damn well that Darwin knew what he was inviting over there. He knew what he was inviting over there. Look, see the problem with the men over here is they very rarely get challenged for the views that they have, or either Will very rarely gets challenged for his views. That's why it's so dangerous for you to continue not to listen to other ideas that come across your path. When you don't listen to these ideas when it comes to relationship, you want to be successful. Will has a certain way, so does public offender. I understand public offender. I understand Will. I just don't believe in the philosophy that Will represents. Because he represents a whole different philosophy where he and I would be butting heads all the time. And I'm not going into a marriage or relationship where I got to butt heads with you because you say something way out of pocket. And I'm not going to hold my tongue. It just won't happen. So this is where we at with Will. Will is saying what he wants to say, but the public offender is jumping on me. Just is what it is. Mrs. Prissy, $2. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you all. Y'all hit the like button coming in. Nobody gave a super chat or anything like that. We got 29 people in here. We should have 29 likes up in here. We don't have any super chats. We don't have any cash out. We don't have none of that. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, Black America. What'd you come up for, sir? What happened?
So when I heard you mention, hello, HQ, how you doing today?
Fine, thank you.
You in a good mood? You in a good mood?
Hell yeah, I'm in a damn good mood. Donald Trump exposed as a maybe a pedo. Yes, of course.
So so since he was hanging out with Epstein, he has to be a pedophile. So I
walk like a duck.
I don't like.
Walk like a duck. Walk like a duck.
I don't like Trump either, right? I'm right with you. I couldn't vote for him or that Hindu lady, right? When I voted, I couldn't vote for either one of them. Just consciously, I couldn't do it.
Right.
And the problem is, we all know that Trump has a track record of paying for a vagina, right? But they all have been grown women. Yes, Stormy Daniels was a porn star, when he had sex with her, but she was a grown woman. So, but because he was in an advanced age, I think he was 60 something and she might have been 20.
Right.
People were saying, oh, he's using, no, she's of age. You know what I mean? So let's
we're
go ahead.
talking about the fact that Trump keeps the records of Epstein redacted. Why is it redacted? Elon said the pages are redacted because Trump's name are in the pages. Why would he need to say that if there's nothing incriminating in those records? Obviously, there should be something incriminating in those records. We see the friendship between them. We see that he hung out with him. We see that he partied with him. It isn't such a far leap to find out that maybe he went to the island, been on his plane 7 times. But we down a rabbit hole. I'm not talking about that tonight. We talking about this.
All right. So then let's just jump to this thing because I think that whole thing is so nobody on YouTube in this space or any other space thinks that Sharon Bracey or Brownsfield are correct in any shape, form, or fashion. No man rocks with Sharon Bracey and Brownsfield. No one does. So they
Brownsville is exactly correct.
No, Brownsville is wrong.
No,
if Browns,
you know why he's wrong? Y'all think he's wrong? Y'all know
it's
why
not y'all. It is the collective. Okay, go ahead.
Y'all know why y'all think he's wrong? Because he holds y'all accountable before he holds anybody accountable. He holds only men accountable, which is what you all are supposed to do. You're supposed to hold you all accountable.
Okay.
If you're going to hold anybody accountable, you need to hold, as a collective, men need to hold themselves accountable. And once they are doing the things they need to do, then they supposed to come over and try to hold women accountable. That's where Brownville's position is. His position is right. You shouldn't be telling me jack shit about what I'm doing wrong until you done cleaned up your backyard first.
Yes. That HQ, the problem with that is that he never holds the women accountable.
But he's not, that's not his pick. That's the whole point. The whole point is not his
Okay, so, and I understand that, but HQ, do I hold men accountable? Do I call men out on things?
Yeah.
Have you? Yes. So I call men fat. I call men ugly. I call them broke. You are unattractive. If you're short, you can't be short, fat, and broke. You need to pick a struggle. Okay. You got to have some charisma. So, but when all I'm doing is pointing at what men are doing bad all the time.
So
that is what.
Right there. But if you stopped right there. If you stopped right there, you would be Brownsville.
No.
But you don't stop right there. You don't stop right there. You then become a person that corrects women, which is what Brown refuses to do.
Right, because of he is what you would call a simp. He is one of the men that's a married man that's saying, oh, if you ain't had no coochie in the last year from your wife, you need to try and figure out what's wrong with her, try and make it better, instead of trying to say, hey, do we have a problem? Yes, we have a problem. It's this. Can it be fixed? No, it can't be fixed. You're not getting any pussy. Okay, it's time for me to leave. You see what I mean? He's telling you to stay. He's telling you to stay in that eternal hell with that woman. Keep giving all your resources. Keep giving all your time. Keep giving all your money. Keep giving all your love, affection, and attention, and not receive anything from it, HQ. That is a bad message to send to men. Men die. Like, that's why men die early. Every race of married man lives longer except for the black man, HQ. That's what everybody fails to realize. Every man, every race of man that is married lives longer except for black men. It is because of the way, not all, most of our women are treating the men in relationships, HQ. It is. So I'm saying that's why nobody agrees with them. No.
See, why do they treat y'all like that? Why?
Oh, because they feel they have leverage. Because men won't leave. See, a man is going to stay and sit in that misery. I talked to a man the other day that been eating honeycombs for 15 years because his wife won't fucking cook. HQ. And she doesn't go to work. And they have two teenage daughters. One is in college and the other one is in high school. Okay, so but what is he going to do? He's going to leave her and he's going to lose everything he has because she's never worked. He has a great job. So yes, in this case, he loses. He starts out at about $140,000 a year in his job.
Right.
He'll lose everything, HQ, when he leaves her. But it's the best thing for him to do if he wants to have a life. He has no life.
Yeah, but why? Why? But no, I can't ask the question because we be down a rabbit hole. But I'm saying you don't have these discussions with Brownsville. Brownsville is not discussing. But see, that's a whole nother discussion. Brownsville.
Exactly. He stays away from it because it has to do with the man being hurt. He doesn't care about men being hurt in any shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah, but he's doing the same thing as most content creators. He's saying you need to be a better version of you as a man, and that's as far as he goes.
That's not what he's saying.
That's what I don't know whether he addresses men or not. I know
that's why when all of us men was saying, "Oh, Derek Jackson is bad," Ace Metaphor is bad, Stefan Speaks, when we was telling you all of these things, and all of you women was like, "No, Derek Jackson telling the truth. He telling on y'all niggas. He telling everything you niggas is doing." No.
You don't see the difference between those two. You don't see the difference between them and Brownsville. Those men are catering to the women. Those men are addressing the women and saying, "You men ain't shit." That's what Derek Jackson is saying. Men ain't shit, and you need to do this in order to get around men. That's what Derek Jackson is saying. Brownsville never talks to you about women. He only addresses men. I don't.
Right. So he only says the men ain't shit, HQ. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all he's saying is the men ain't shit.
And he's not supposed to be addressing me. He's supposed to be addressing you all. That's what he's doing.
HQ. I don't care if he addresses men. Address men the right way. HQ, do you know that 60+% of black men are in the middle class? Black men are broke, HQ. Do you know that black men on average make more than Mexican men, Mexican women, black women, and now we also make more than white women in this country also as a collective, as a group. Black men are not doing bad. So if you're going to address black men, address them in the right way. That 0.5% of niggas that's beating they women, yes, let's get them out of here. Let's tar and feather them in the public square. Somebody that's touching on a child, yes, let's talk. But black men are not doing bad, HQ. Out of.
So what you're saying is, y'all don't want to be chastised.
No, I agree when it is warranted. If it is warranted, wholeheartedly. And you know I'll be right there down there with my whipping stick too. I'll whoop the shit out of somebody. But what I'm saying is you can't say these things when they're untrue. Black man, you need to do more. You need to do better. You need to and what are you supposed to get? You're supposed to fucking you get honeycombs. You got to eat honeycombs for the rest of your life. Like HQ, come on, man. You guys are really killing us with. And I know you guys don't.
I'm saying that's the public offender. That's the public offender's message. His message is a little bit more tailored. His message is a little bit more tailored than Brownsville, but he has the similar message. I'm saying that. I'm not saying his message is right. I'm not saying anybody's message is right. I'm saying for me to be receptive, you have to come from the direction of public offender. You can't come from the direction of Will. I just am not going to listen to it. Most women are going to have a way in which they can be spoken to in order to be heard. And it is what it is. I'm just saying public offender comes from the direction that Brownville's comes from. And then the Will comes from a different direction. And women have to figure out how they want to be spoken to or how they receive things. I'm telling you, I receive it better from a person like like Aaron or the public offender or Brownsville. I receive it better. That's all I'm saying. Other women may receive it better from Will. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. We have different ways in which we listen. Women hear things differently.
Which Aaron are you talking about? Are you talking about Big Aaron?
Yes, I'm talking about Big Aaron. Yes. Because Aaron takes into account how I don't know how he knows how to speak to women, but he understands how to speak to women. And women accept the way he speaks much better than most men's. Hamp knows how to do that too, but Hamp be on that front shit with y'all. But Hamp knows how to speak to women.
No, it's we all know how to speak to our women. One of the other problems is it's like, and this is why I say, like, me and you are old, right? We're kind of old. We're kind of set in our ways. This game has passed you, HQ. Ain't nobody in.
Why do you keep telling me that I'm too ugly to get a man? That's what I hear from you.
I'm not saying you're too ugly. You're saying you're too old.
That's what I heard.
Oh my God. Why? I said I'm old too. I said we're both old. I didn't just say you. Shit, I get up every morning, my back hurt. I'm old too. I'm old. I'm 50 plus too. I know your knee hurt when you're walking.
But that's what I'm saying. You see how what you said and what I heard, and then I gotta correct myself because I know that's not what you said.
Right, exactly. So that sounds like a you problem. That's a you problem, the way you're taking it. Nobody gives a fuck about a you problem. Nobody cares about a you problem.
What I'm saying, Aaron, Brownsville, and public offender know how to speak to women that way instead of us hearing it the way you say it. You understand what I'm saying?
Is this?
That's the way.
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I have heard Aaron speaks very eloquently and nice, right? To everybody, men and women. He is just a nice person, right? Aaron is. But he's not kissing women's ass. He's not. If a woman does something out of line, he's not going to cuss at her, but he is going to admonish her, and she'll be sitting there looking stupid. It's just he does it in a nice, professional manner. That's all that is, HQ.
So you think the public offender on here is wrong? You think he's absolutely wrong?
Well, I've been listening to the conversation that they've been having, and I'm trying to follow it. They were talking about the leverage and stuff like that,
right?
And I don't know which one. Like I said, it's on my phone, so I really can't see who's doing what.
Well, the question was, what do you think makes a woman fall in line? Love or leverage?
Leverage.
That's what all the men on the panel said, except Hink and the public offender.
Right. So it's leverage. Yeah, you don't, as far as fall in line and do what you need them to do. Love don't pay the bills. Love don't pay the bills. So and women, we know for the most part, women like the bills being paid. They like to go on trips. They like purses. They like cars.
Let me ask this question. Why do you men think you need to have leverage over us to get us to do things? Uh-oh, now you just went blank, totally blank. The screen, you went totally blank. Your voice, we can't hear you at all. Yeah, you gone at all. Okay, you got to pull all that back up. We can't hear a thing you saying. We can't hear you.
Oh no, I had my phone on mute. Can you hear me now?
Really on mute?
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. So, hey, sometime it hit it. You said leverage. I said leverage because we can't physically make you guys do anything. Most men don't want to physically put hands on their woman to make them do something. It has to be something that you want so I can get what I want. When I said men will pay for sex, men do not care about paying for sex, HQ. We don't care about the money, right? We just want something for the money. I don't, money means nothing to us. We just care about what we can actually get with it. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So what would you, if to make her fall in line, what do they mean by make her fall in line? And what would you use to leverage against her to make her fall in? What do you mean by fall in line?
Okay, so hold on one second. Hold on. So sexual. If a man that is not married, and I'm gonna say not married in this case, okay? If a man is not married and he has a girlfriend and they've been having sex and she cuts him off from the sex, the first and best thing he can do is cut her off from the money. Oh, well, you can't have any more money. You know, if they're not living together, so the relationship.
The question was only, it didn't say wait a minute, to make her fall in line. So you're saying if she don't want to give up sex, you ain't gonna give up no money, and that's gonna be your leverage?
No, so you cut her off from everything, the tangible things that you do, your time, your effort, your money, your resources, and the relationship is going to dissolve.
So that means you would do that in a marriage?
I really suggest that people try and get to the root of the problem first, try and figure out what's wrong. And then if it is going to be a persistent problem, you leave the marriage or you tell your significant other you are about to start partaking in extramarital activities.
Well, here's the question. Here's the thing. Why wouldn't I do what you wanted me to do out of love? Why wouldn't I just do it? Why would you think it would need to be taken? Why would men think leverage would need to be taken? Why wouldn't I just do it out of love for you?
HQ, because women fall out of love.
Men fall out of love too.
Yes, but we're not going to leave you because we don't like you or love you. So if a woman, if I love you and you love me, and I stop loving you, HQ, I'm still going to come home. I'm still going to pay the bills. I'm still going to give my life for you, even though I don't love you. I don't have to love you to be with you. I am still going to be there every day. I'm still going to hold your hand when you're sick. I'm still going to make you soup and make sure you get to the doctor. I can do all of those things without loving you, HQ. That's why we say we don't care about the love. It's not the love for us.
So
But if you no longer love me, I can't have sex. I can't have food. You're going to be snapping and talking shit. You're going to be mean. You're going to be argumentative. These are all the things that you're going to do if you don't love me. If I don't love you, I'm going to just go in my man cave and sit and watch the Raiders game. If you don't love me, I'm gonna hear pots clinging and then on top of not having sex, now I have to deal or be with somebody in the house that has a bad attitude and not have sex with that person. It's no benefit.
They didn't say what this leverage would be about. They didn't say the state of the marriage too. Doesn't it depend on the state of the marriage? What if I'm just an autonomous person where I do whatever, I do what I have to do and the marriage works and it runs, but you want me to do something else, so you leverage something against me, even though I love you, you would still use
Okay.
leverage against me?
Let me tell you this. I'll either tell you this, ask you this, or post this statement. Any woman who wakes up in the morning and sucks her man off before she goes to work, that is the woman that's having the best day, because he is having the best day and the best time of his life, and he's enjoying himself. That woman, she gets to go to dinner. She gets to go to them stupid operas and them plays that you want, even though we hate that shit. All of us, all men hate that shit. None of us like it, but that nigga's gonna go to the opera with her. He's gonna do all those things just because when he wakes up, she's sucking him off and sending him to work.
All right.
That's the honest to God truth.
So turn that scenario around. How's he gonna have his best? How's he gonna have his best day?
It's once she doesn't like him anymore, there's no way.
No, we talking about if she likes him. Just like if he likes her or he still wants to deal with her, how does he have a good day?
He has a good day by her doing that. That's how we have a good day.
He has a good day. You said a man has a good day. A man makes sure that she has a good day if she sucks him off. What does he do for her to make sure that he has a good day, that he's going to have a good day?
That's what HQ. That's what I'm. Oh my God. I don't know. What?
So
why can't you understand this?
So I got to service you in order for my day to go well. That's what
Yes. Okay. You're supposed to be happy yourself, right? As a woman, right? Now, okay, so think about it like this. Men don't care about happiness and we don't care about love, right? We don't care about those things at all. We want you to be happy, but it's like not required. Okay? Like it's not required, but we absolutely want you to be happy. We want to get you those purses. We want to get you those cars. We want to get you everything that you need and want.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to have something for it first.
So why
it is transactional.
So why is it that y'all push back so hard against happy wife, happy life?
Because if your wife is just happy, then there's not a happy there. Once again, if you're just happy and I'm not receiving anything from it, then it's not a happy life for us. It's an early death for us, HQ. This is what I'm telling you. I wish you really, this is what I want you to do. Find some women that are telling you that they're not having sex with their husbands. They're not cooking and cleaning for their husbands. Let's find some women that are doing that. And then let's find their men and see if they even are alive still or they're in a miserable state. That's what needs to be. Like I say, I talk to divorced and men that are going through stuff with their relationships all the time. Mm-hmm. It's not like you guys think. It's not at all like you got, because we don't leave, and it's hard for me to say to leave, right? Because I believe in being married. I don't ever really tell a man to leave until it gets detrimental. Once it gets detrimental to where I see a guy start losing 40, 50 pounds. This one dude, he was 98 goddamn pounds, HQ. 98 pounds. A grown man. He just looked like a stick figure. This dude, he owns a lot of stuff. Like, he is well-to-do guy. Been in his industry for 30 years. He been in his industry.
So you know what this sounds like to me? And I hate that it sounds like this to me, but it sounds what you describing. It sounds like you're describing to me that you or men only have to exist. You only got to exist. As long as you're in that house and you only got to exist, I have to do all the extra effort in order to keep the marriage running. Is that what you're saying? Because I got to do something for him to treat me right. I got to do something for him to get this. I got to do something for him to get that. It's like you only have to exist. You don't have to do nothing. You just got to
HQ. Men start off at the bottom and we have to build ourselves. No woman is going out and getting an attractive homeless man. Okay? No woman's doing that. These dudes is up here talking about illiterate. No woman is talking about, oh, I want this dumbass third grade brain nigga. No, women in mass are, and even though it's only about 600,000 black men in jail, all of the women are not going and flooding those men and trying to be with those men, HQ. So to be a successful man, successful in life, you have to work for it. And that's not just existing. We have to focus on something and do that something, then become good at it, then become proficient, then become great so we can be better. Women aren't getting with guys that are at the bottom of the barrel. No woman is going out and getting with homeless guys. If that was the case, every woman in America would have a man. Every woman in your position would have a man, because you'd have a man to do whatever the fuck you tell him to do. But you don't want that. You want a man who is taller than you. You want a man who is competent. You want a man who, like, you have all of these standards for men.
Right.
You do. You know the only reason why men don't go and snatch up all of the homeless women is like, ooh, she's probably been having sex out here to survive. She got a dirty coochie. I'm telling you, it sounds bad, HQ, but that's what it is, man.
Anyway, we got off the subject of public offender, but listen to him talk. I meant to just say he was like Brownsville, but he's just more of a polished talker or Brownsville has lines and he has a script. He don't have a script. This guy.
We all know it doesn't make sense.
Let me ask you a question then.
This man just said that illegal immigrants have more rights than American citizens. When they can't, can illegal immigrants get SSI? Can illegal immigrants?
No.
Can illegal, hold on, wait. I'm gonna keep going.
Yes, they can get Social Security.
Hold on, brother. I'm gonna keep asking them. I'm gonna keep going.
Well, hold on.
Illegal immigrants?
Did you want the answer first?
Hold on.
Did you want the answer? I just
they can. If they not, hold on, brother. Hold on.
They can though. They
can. Hold on, listen up. Hold on, y'all missing. Y'all not. You missing what?
Hold on, y'all. One mic, man. We talking over each other.
Hey, well, hold on,
if an illegal immigrant comes to America,
no, let him get it out. Will,
question. Let the people answer it. He can't just.
You answered the question, and I'm going to give you, and I'm following up. You already answered the question.
All right, well, let him finish.
Well, acknowledge that I answered it.
I did. I'm addressing it. Jesus Christ. You terrible at having conversations, Will. Okay. Why you on the panel?
All right, come on, man.
You the worst.
Finish
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is when you come to America, right, as an illegal immigrant, you cannot access SSI. You have to go get a 10, right? You have to go get your number, not a Social Security number. You got to go get your TIN number. Then you have to get gainful. Hold on. Then you have to get gainful employment. then you have to pay into the system, and then. Cool. I hear you, right? But as an American citizen, I have a social security number. Correct?
Right.
I don't have to do shit. My social, I'm done. I got it. It's here. I ain't got to do no extra steps, nothing. I already got it, right? I'm an American citizen. I don't got to prove shit. All I got to do is be an American citizen, and I can go and all I got to do is go get that, right?
Sure.
Yo, you're wrong. All they have to do, illegal immigrants, all they have to do is meet some requirements.
Then you're wrong. No illegal aliens can get Social Security. That means you're paying into the system legally if you get SSI, and no illegal alien is paying into the system legally, so therefore they can't get SSI.
Yeah, I don't.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about that they can. You know, and that's like I said, I'm not a Republican, right? I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a independent person. So when these people start talking this bullshit, I hate that, especially when black men do it.
I don't understand. I understand what they're saying, but you gotta pull up the data. You can't just be speaking because you think you know. They can't just follow the logic. What he's saying is Social Security, you have to get a Social Security card and you have to pay into the system to get Social Security. So illegal immigrants don't get Social Security. They got refugee money, but that's not Social Security.
All they have to do is meet some requirements. So, P.O., you're wrong.
I do want to get back on topic because we're not even talking about immigrants, and that's not even what we're talking about. Feelings don't matter in the market.
My point though that I got sidetracked on.
All right, y'all go hold on, everybody. Hold on. P.O., hold on.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Everybody reset. Fine Days in 999 says a woman falls in line from love early on, but leverage will keep her in line. I'm a romantic, but I'm a realist. Also, love can't be what you build your foundation off.
That's the only thing you can build it on. I don't know why y'all seem to think that we are in a society where we are in arranged marriages. That's not how our society is run. Only way the leverage would work is if we were in a relationship where we're not in love with that person. Most people fall in love. Most people fall in line because they're in love. So it's love.
Yeah, but HQ. But HQ, no woman, once again, no woman is staying with a man who has nothing. There is no woman that's doing that, HQ. I don't care what race, creed, color, fat women, short women, tall women, black women, white women, Chinese women. They are not going for a man because they love him. They're going for things tangible things that he has. That's not love.
That's not how a woman looks at a man. That's not how she looks at a man or decides that's the man she wants. She don't look at a man and say, oh, he got a nice car. He got a whole bunch of money. Let me try to fall in love with him. Women don't think like that. That's not how women do it. Women fall in love because of the man's attitude, because of the masculinity, because of the way she feels, the way he makes her feel.
But she goes over there. But she initially goes over there because of the nice car, and because of the tennis shoes, and because of the Harley that he's on, and because of when he ends up taking her to the house.
But she don't fall in love because of those things. You all make it seem as though she falls in love because of those things. She doesn't fall in love because of those things. You have those things, but she doesn't fall in love because you have those things. Okay, I can have a big ass, but you don't fall in love with me because I got a big ass. You fall in love with me because of my personality, because I make you feel.
Nope. I fall in love with you because you got a big ass and you let me play with it. And if I can stick things in it, it's even better. Oh, I love that. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I'm falling in love with you. It's because of that. That is the way it happens.
That's not how it works.
Okay. Go ahead and play the thing.
If you have money and you have shoes and you have all of this stuff and you're an asshole, well, I don't fall in love with you because you have these things. That's what I'm saying. Love has to come first. It don't work like that for women.
Again, 999 says the main leverage a man should always have in his presence That's all I've always needed with women, was the understanding that I wasn't playing with them and I will leave. Your favorite, Irritation 199, will stop comparing women to children. Mod again with the 999. The number one person I have to protect the woman from is herself. Even just her pessimistic thoughts, their lack of vetting is what gets them hurt themselves. Lauren Mack gifted 5 LApeef memberships. Thank you, Miss.
A part of that is love, but most of that is basically the things that you can leverage. Are they financially secure? Are they physically secure? For a woman to feel like
America's speaking facts from the male perspective. He's not speaking facts from the female perspective.
Well, it's all men up here, HQ.
No, I'm talking,
so that's why I would say more so leverage than anything else.
No, I'm saying it's all men on the panel.
Yeah, but they all don't think the same. They all didn't say leverage. Some of them said love. Yeah. That's the whole point. Some of them said love. Some of them said love. Hink said love. Trev said love, and love and then leverage. Public offender said love. A couple of them said love.
I believe in love also, but I believe also that if everything falls, if everything goes to shit, I am going to be by myself. No. I accept that I will be by myself if that is to happen. If that is to happen and I lose everything, I know I have lost the game and I'm going to be by myself. All men know that. If you get fired and can't find another job that will take care of you, your woman is going to leave you. I don't care how much she loves you.
Listen to this though. If everything is running smooth and we just rolling and we vibing, you wouldn't need to use leverage for me to fall in line. You wouldn't need to use leverage, right? The only way you need to use leverage is if I'm resistant or hesitant to do something regarding what you asked me to do. That's the only reason why, and you would need leverage at that point. And then at that point, there's something going on in the relationship. But if we vibing together, we rolling together, I don't need leverage. So therefore, it depends on the state of the marriage in which you would need to use leverage or love. But you don't need to use leverage in the beginning, because I care enough about you and love you enough in order to do what you asked me to do or be acquiescent to what you want. You're talking about, men right here are talking about when something is not going correctly. When something is going correct, everything is going correct, I don't need no leverage for me to do what I need to do. I love you and I'm going to do what you asked me to do because I love you and I want to do it. And then the same thing with men. Men are going to do what they want to do. If they're in love with a woman, they're going to do it because they want to do it. Not because she told them you better do it or you ain't get no pussy, you better do it or blah, blah, blah. You already know you're going to do it.
That's not true.
You already know if the relationship is going well, you already know you're going to get pussy. So you're not going to do it because of leverage. You're going to do it because you love that person.
No, that's so I think that's the disconnect right there, right? I think that's where you're skipping over that part, that if the man doesn't have anything, then he's not going to be able to get and have maintain.
Skip over the part when I said the relationship is going well, the relationship is going how it's supposed to be going.
Even if the relationship is going well and the woman gets mad or something like that, HQ, do you know women use that as leverage? Women use sex as leverage. Are you aware of that, or is that not something that you're aware of?
So men don't use money as leverage?
Yes, money is our leverage. Yes, I agree with that.
When things are not going well, that's when you use the leverage. When things are going well, you don't need to use the leverage.
HQ, you always have a vagina. I won't always have money. You were born with that. I had to acquire this. And if this is gone, yours can never leave. Yours can never leave. Okay. There you go. So, all right, go ahead.
look at it differently. We just look at it differently. I don't think you need to have leverage. You all think you do. I don't think you do.
Absolutely, I'm 100%.
That's how to explain it.
And willing to debate anybody who disagree with what he just said.
Say what?
So
What he just said.
leverage is the ability to influence a situation or people so that you can control what happens.
Right. So you can control what happens. You can't control another human being.
So I don't understand how people are saying in the comments that we don't know what leverage is. It's clear as to what leveraging is. It's not complicated. Now, if you want to look at it from a negative perspective, as if it's something that's harmful, then sure, I can see that perspective. But I personally don't see it in that sense.
Can I ask you a question, Viz? When is leverage ever healthy for the person that you're trying to control? Like when is you trying to control a person healthy for that person?
Is
like,
it control?
Is it control
or is it influence?
Don't answer that. He tried to trick you into using the word control.
Right,
that's in the definition.
Because Kenny already know. Kenny already know. He said, "Don't answer that." He trying to get you in a trick bag.
That's why I just said it. Would that not be influence?
Viz, you just read the definition of it. Control is in the definition.
Stop it right quick, HQ. Stop it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when it's good for them, hey, I'm gonna give you a piece of candy. You go ahead and get in the bath, and we're gonna have cake afterwards and stuff like that. For children, it works. HQ. I've raised 16 kids. I ain't had no teen babies or none of that. None of my boys or girls went to jail. Because I leveraged them. You can only get a car if you do this, because I had the leverage. It's control, but it is a way to control in a good way. So it is beneficial. It is good for the other person.
I didn't say anything about it being negative or positive. What I said was, you don't have to have leverage if the person is willing to do what you want them to do. So therefore, it won't be leverage. It will just be love making me do that. You're saying it has to be leverage all the time. I'm saying when things are going well, you don't need leverage. You just will do it because you want to acquiesce. A man wants to acquiesce. A woman wants to acquiesce. That's how it works in a relationship. You want to give and to take. When things may or may not be going well, or you're steeped in the relationship, or you're steeped in the power dynamics or whatever, then you might use that leverage, and it might be a good or bad thing. I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm saying it's not needed in the beginning because I'm willing to do what you want me to do, and you're willing to do what I want you to do. So therefore, it depends. Love or leverage depends on the state of the marriage or the relationship. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Trick them. That's in the definition. So,
Okay.
So leverage is about
You know how
control.
you
And I'm
phrased
asking
it.
you,
Come on.
when is it healthy for you to try to control another human, another grown individual? When is that? How is that healthy for the grown individual?
Let me answer this.
Wait, Will, I get it.
Go
So does gravity not control the earth and keep everything in place?
What
is that?
I don't get that.
Let me help you out, Vince.
I'm just asking, is it healthy or not? I don't think I need
Hold on real quick. Let me help you.
Answer your question. When you ask them a question, they gotta try to understand it. Just answer it.
Let me help Viz out because I want Viz to be
Let Viz listen. Let Viz do it the way Viz wants.
Now they finna start attacking each other because look at the public offender. He just sitting there. Let him keep talking. Let him just keep talking. And it's got to be and it is a question that you have to ask yourself. Why do you need what inherently in the definition is to control? Leverage is to control, to manipulate, to make a person do what you want them to do. That's in the definition that Viz read, right? So now they're about to fight amongst each other.
universe, instead of using the earth
No,
and
darling.
planets off.
Let Biz
Damn,
do
Will,
it. Let Biz want to do it.
Will. Just let me throw him a bone real quick. That's my man, Will.
Hold on.
I mean,
Why
Vince know
y'all
that's my
can't
guy.
never step up and tell these niggas to answer my damn questions? Biz asked the question. This nigga ain't answering it, and you want to clean it up. Tell that nigga to answer.
My point exactly, Erica Corner. You only need to use leverage when the relationship is in a precarious situation. When everything is going correctly and fine, and you vibing, I'm vibing, we vibing together. Love is what makes that relationship roll around. You don't need leverage when I love you, when I want to do for you, when I want to acquiesce for you. You don't need leverage then. You only need leverage when the relationship is not as pristine as you think it's supposed to be, or it's not going the way you're supposed to be. And when you use leverage, there's something going on and something is wrong.
You got to hear what I'm about to say first.
No, it's irrelevant what you about to say.
Damn, Will.
That's your man. That's your man, Lemon Pepper.
Ask his question.
I don't care what you got to say.
Listen, we don't have to. We don't have to be enemies on here.
You see, they fighting with each other. You see, they fighting with each other now. And look at the public offender. He just sitting right back. She just sitting right back.
This might help. I'm just trying to keep.
Hey, some of y'all getting out of character.
I'm just trying to help the conversation flow. I'm just trying to help the conversation flow so the audience can understand us as men.
Don't help the conversation flow.
But Viz, you want to hear what I had to say? If you don't want to hear it, I ain't got to say.
Okay, if Viz want to hear it, I'll shut up.
Hey, come on, gentlemen. Let's hold our composure now. Come on now.
All I was gonna say was this, Viz. Instead of using the universe, just use the military to push your example. That might help you better. And I'll yield.
Okay.
Hey, Dark Lake. Do I know you? Do you know me?
Yeah, you know what? We know the same people, and I can't remember if I had spoken to you at some point in the past. We probably have spoken.
I got you. I can recognize your voice. Okay.
Oh, cool. How you doing? Thanks for having me too.
Okay, hi, hon.
I personally have never thought that control is something that was bad or negative. I never had that perspective of that, because everything is controlled to some extent. Again, in nature, this is a natural occurrence. So I don't understand how we're disconnecting the two, you know what I'm saying, from human life.
Because it's the blanket statement. There's nothing wrong with control. It's when that control is abusive or overly coercive. You have to have some sort of control because it's necessary and responsible. Parents have control over their children, employees have control over their employers have control over their employees and their environments via safety protocols. And then you have people who have control as far as medication and stuff goes when they're addicted and need rehab.
Everybody hate the military.
Control is viable. And then the part where no control is good, that's just moral absolutism, and that shit never passes the nuance test. Bruiser, you have a great example using the military. Saying the military does exert control over people. It tells us what we can think. It tells us how we're supposed to think, and it tells us how we're supposed to react to situations that we might otherwise not react to. So I understand that, but trying to compare that type of control, military control, to that of it in a relationship, that's where that example will fall flat. Because if I don't do something in the military, they can put me in jail. If my wife doesn't do something, all I can do is be pissed off. That's it. I can leave. There's nothing else that I can do to enforce her to carry out what her duty is. In the military, your duty is you swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America to obey orders from all leaders and protect the country from enemies, foreign and domestic. You have an oath you take. That oath can land you in jail. There are things you can do in the military that can have them take your life. Nothing that
let me correct you on a consequence.
Wait a minute. Here's my question. Did he just agree with not necessarily agree, but did he say leverage won't work? So why would I need to use it, Aaron?
No, I don't think he said leverage won't work. I think really what this all is just about context, honestly. I think people are still wrapped up in proving their own point, or like no one's really kind of trying to dig to find the truth. The way I see it, leverage is required to express love. Hear me out. When you said that if everything is going smooth and everything is going well,
that comes with the presupposition that there's no obstacle that's going to get placed in your way. That is a false presupposition. An obstacle will befall you. You have the perception that everything is going smooth because I am responsible for dodging these obstacles. Even if you are the one that places the obstacle in our path. For example, let's say you're just in a mood. I didn't cause it. Maybe something at your job caused it. Maybe one of your friends or something. But you lean on my emotional security, my emotional consistency to bring you back in line and make everything smooth again. But what I'm doing is I'm using my superior emotional state, which is leverage over you. You're the one that's compromised. I am not compromised. I'm using that leverage to your advantage. That's where the word love comes into play. It's not about the leverage itself, it's how we use it. If I'm responsible for making you feel good by telling you sweet nothings, I'm giving you something you can't give yourself. You can't sweet nothing yourself into bliss. You can't date yourself into bliss. You can take yourself out to eat, but you can't provide the companionship that I can provide. And if I'm going to pay the tab, you can't pay the tab with someone else's money. So I'm leveraging something that you don't have for your benefit.
You can still hear me, right? You can still hear me. Right? Right?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Because I'm frozen. But you can hear me. Okay. Dark Lake, what do you have to say?
Yeah, something kind of, and thank you so much, HQ, for having me. But something similar to what Aaron was saying, right? The thing about it is, I know a couple dudes on that panel, and although it's a very spirited conversation, none of them I feel are attacking the argument right.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, let me cut you off. I'm remiss. Thank you, HQ, as well, for having me on your panel. My apologies for the interruption. Just wanted to tighten that up. Thank you.
Oh, you're muted, HQ. You're talking, but you're muted.
What do you mean they're attacking the wrong argument? What do you mean? Explain.
Oh, so no, they're attacking the argument in the wrong way. So essentially, someone brought up, and I don't know which one it was because I was just listening, I wasn't watching it. But one individual he's associating control with leverage, and I just think that's absolutely ridiculous. It's not supposed to be in the same discussion, right? Because even if I have leverage over somebody, right, I have leverage over that person, but my leverage doesn't force them to make any decisions because I have that leverage. They decide to make a decision and fall in line with whatever I'm trying to do, right? They still have free will to do that. If I force anything upon any human being, I'm going to prison. Leverage does not encompass control. That is not a factor in it because the second party or third party, whatever, has the ability to choose to abide by such leverage or not. And also, too, leverage isn't about control. Leverage is about having something that will increase the probability of a desired outcome. So, for example, this is what I mean. Hold on. Because I saw this sentence. Okay, yeah. So I saw this sentence and it encapsulates what it encompasses what I mean. We can gain market value by leveraging our partners, right?
Whoa,
I'm sorry. We can gain market value by leveraging our partners, right? So you're leveraging your partners to gain market value, right? In this theoretical scenario I'm talking about. The partners, right, who work for you, they're not forced to work for you,
right?
But you have the leverage because you have the ability to compensate. No, they're not a slave. They're making a decision to go work for you because of that leverage. So you're not controlling them. So control is not an aspect of leverage at all. And I just don't understand why that argument is even being made. And that's what kind of enticed me to hop up on the panel. So
okay, I want to see how he explains it. This is the public offender who was invited by Darwin, right? He was invited by Darwin, and Darwin, you can't tell me he didn't know what was going to come from this discussion. He invited a public offender on here, and he knew public offender was like Brownsville, sort of, for lack of better.
That's his part. As far as if you don't do what you, if you disobey, damn, bro, damn, Will. If you disobey the direct order and you can't adhere to the instructions from your supervisors, it's not necessarily that extreme as going to jail. You can be discharged.
Hold on. I'm retired Navy, so you're not telling me nothing.
I was in the Army too.
We don't want to hear about the military.
I know what NJP is. I know what court
But the thing that you're doing now is you're trying to argue semantics to an argument that is not
I'm saying
required.
going to jail.
Okay. Bruiser and blockchain. We gotta get off this military stuff.
All I'm saying is,
I was gonna let you do the correction. If it's not a correction, we can't keep going back and forth.
Okay, well, let me draw the parallel to the back. When we talk about being separated or discharged, that's the same as what the point me and Trev made as far as walking away, using liver, and walking away parallel to the military is being separated or disbanded from the organization. So you're being forced to would be walking away as a consequence.
One is a choice. One you're being forced to. You're forced to separate. They kick you out of the military. That's why they have different types of discharges.
You just like your wife. She being forced to get out.
I gotta end this. I gotta, gentlemen. I gotta end this one, man. We gonna.
Can I ask one more? They never answered my question, but can I ask one more question? Hopefully, either one.
No, nigga. No, I'm just playing.
just real quick, because I think it's gonna be good for right now. Since both you guys are in the military, your commanding officers, were they bestowed the duty of being your commanding officers simply because they signed up for the military, or did they have to earn that position?
They had to earn it.
They had to earn it, right? Okay, cool. So if you are comparing the military to a household with a man and a woman, what gives them? Why wouldn't a man have to earn the right to be the head, even in this scenario, which I don't even believe in? But I'm saying, like, how would you prove that you were the worthy one to run the household?
You see, you notice that everything he says is strategic to get them all riled up, and none of them have been the same since he got on the panel. It's like, why are y'all all trying to prove yourself to this one man who gets on the panel? And this is exactly what he does. He riles up the men, and none of you guys are trying to prove that you're the men that you normally are on this panel. Will is definitely triggered, but you don't hear Sweeney talking, and Sweeney is always talking. You don't hear Hink going off like Hink normally does. What the hell is wrong with this panel? What did they let this man do? This is another Sharon. Aaron?
Yeah, well, I'm not moved one way or another by anybody. So I mean, if I were on that panel and I were going to answer that question, shouldn't a man earn the position? Well, I thought the entire conversation was under the presupposition that the man is married to this woman, right? Like, the question is, what is required to keep her in line, not get her in line? Keeping her assumes she was once in line, which means we must assume he has already earned the position of being followed. So it's a disingenuous question to me, but my emotions aren't in it.
Why are you laughing? Dark Lake.
Well, his questions are extremely disingenuous, and I would, if I was there, I would have just bluntly answered them with no emotion.
Right.
Like, essentially, he's implying that women should be able to determine if the man has earned his right to lead the household, which is like a misnomer because they're already married in his example.
Right.
But if I were to go by his ridiculous example, we could look at the statistics of divorce rates. So it would not imply that women are good at picking who has the right or who has supposedly earned the right to lead, because they keep divorcing them. And it's not just about race, it's just in Western society in general. So, I could have definitely just like broken down every disingenuous aspect of his questions. But you're right, HQ. He's there to rile them up. And it's unfortunate because I think that they're thinking, oh, we're combating this narrative again by this type of dude. But if they just answer it directly, he doesn't have to accept the answer. It's for clips and views at the end of the day. But if they just give direct answers and just leave it at that, and not have a back and forth, just give the direct answer to his question, he does not have to accept it. But then when he blows up from such a cold-hearted answer, that's true, then it would show the audience who's the one who's imbalanced. That's
See, I
my
wonder
opinion.
did you all see this panel? Did you watch this panel? Because he immediately came in and he attacked Will. Then this young man tried to give him some numbers, and then he attacked this young man. Then Hank gave some, and Hank was agreeing with him, and which kind of threw me off, right? Because Hank ain't said nothing. Hank, you all have been on Hank's panel, so Hank ain't gonna be quiet. Hank quiet as a church mouse right now. And Sweeney is always talking. And I don't know what Kenny's problem is, but Kenny don't like him from the jump. But Kenny cannot get in edgewise with what he's saying, right? Because he's going to keep being combative. But Darwin knows this is what the panel was. The panel was upheaval all the way from the beginning. He opened his mouth, even though he may be wrong in a lot of points. They can't combat it because he seems to come from an air of authority, and it's like, what are y'all? Are y'all you in all of this, man? I don't understand what's going on. That we got people that are mute on the panel that normally open their mouth and talk. What's going on?
I'll be honest. I probably would have been quiet too, only because I would have seen pretty quickly that the conversation isn't genuine, and when conversations get to the point where they're not genuine, and I that's where you're wasting my time. So I'm just going to sit back and watch the show. And it does happen with me on some of these panels. I mean, I'll sit there for 3 hours and not say a word because the behavior becomes very childlike, and I'm not interested in that.
Right. And he's deliberately throwing Molotov cocktails into the situation, and then they have to respond to what he said. If you don't respond to the cocktails, if you don't respond,
that's great.
he can't. He don't have anything. You look at Will's face. Will has been triggered from the beginning. He can't get a word in edgewise because the man is not. He knew what he did with Will. He did it.
Everybody go answer. Y'all go ahead. By the fact that the woman chose me, that's how I can prove that I've earned it. I've done what it takes to become a man that's worth a woman's
Hold on,
choosing.
one at a time. I see Blockchain want to answer, Will want to answer, and Darwin want to answer.
Everybody want to get in and try to prove him wrong. That's how I know they were all triggered by what he said. And I get it. I do. What he's saying is that stuff that Sharon say to throw you into the fire. I get exactly what he's doing, but why didn't they see that? Why didn't they see that and call him out? You know how when Sharon gets on a panel, everybody is like, oh no, we ain't finna deal with this and blah, blah, blah. They go directly at Sharon, right? He's the same as Sharon. So why ain't they going directly at him just like they go at Sharon?
Well, HQ, I kind of agree with Aaron a little bit because I told you how I would answer the questions, but the thing about it, it's kind of a lose-lose situation for dudes, right? If they blow up at him and put him in his place, which he should be put in his place, he is not just talking to them; he's talking to them in front of his audience, and then hundreds more of his audience are going to watch the clips. So he's really doing it for them. So he knows, okay, I trigger them, they blow up. See, that's how these red pill, black heterosexual men are. You know what I'm saying? There's no really way for, you got to go 100%. Either you stay quiet and then you wait for an opportunity to answer direct, like I suggested, or you just blow up and go the fuck at him, like I used to do a lot of times. Either way, you're going to be seen in a negative light. It seems like most of the men are choosing the other option, which is to basically stay silent. And I don't really blame them for that. I just wish that they directed their arguments in a different way. Yeah.
See, but Darwin knows exactly what he did when he invited that guy over. He knows exactly what he did.
Go ahead, blockchain.
It's the fact that she chose me is how I've earned it, because women don't choose men to lead them that they don't believe can lead them. And I've had to demonstrate those qualities and characteristics prior to her choosing me. So when she chooses me and chooses to get in line, to fall in line and stick to my frame and support my mission and direction for our family, I've earned that. But things that I did before I knew her. My commanding officer has to go to the military, get a degree, and then he is appointed, he's given a commission, and then he is put in charge over enlisted sailors. The same thing, if you want the parallel, I had to grow up, get educated, make a bunch of money, be handsome, be funny, be intelligent, and then also be able to provide protection, provision, and safety for my woman mentally, physically, and spiritually. So I've done all of those things. So that's also why there is no hierarchy in my relationship. Me and my women are not equal. But what they do have is equity. They have an equitable say in what we do, because equity and quality are not the same. At the end of the day, I'm responsible if my relationships fails. She's not. No one's going to go.
Say that again.
Yeah, so like no disrespect to anybody on the panel or that gentleman that was just speaking, but it was a problem with what he just said. He said there's no hierarchy in my house. Me and my wife are not equal. Like those two things don't make any sense. If you're not equal, then there is a hierarchy.
Right.
That's the it's like some dudes, they try to avoid like a traditional gender specification because most men get attacked for having that opinion. I've been been viciously attacked in this space for my opinions. So they try to avoid that by like loosely talking, bypassing like he just said, which didn't make any sense. No disrespect to that guy, but it's like, how is there no hierarchy, but at the same time you're not equal? That's like that is the very problem with the dating market and society and families and stuff today. When we say hierarchy, it's not a sense of the woman is beneath. It's more just like an order to things, right? I'm doing this for this purpose for us. You're doing that for this purpose for us, right? It has to go in a line, you know. It's a hierarchy, as in, you know what? I worked a couple extra hours, but we're going on this road trip. So you, wife, how about you drive the first, 4 hours, right? And then after that, I'll pick up the next 4 hours, right? I made that decision, right? I don't think I'm better than you. I also think you can drive, but I'm tired right now, and vice versa. She tired, you know what? I'll drive, right? But then there's some things that's more direct that a man has to know, this is what we're doing type of thing. You feel me?
Right. So. Right. Oh, I get it completely. Somebody has to be the, I don't want to say responsible. I don't want to say that. Somebody has to be the leader or the person that all the decisions have to run through, because we need order. I get all that. I get it.
Go to my mother and be like,
but see here, you know how he's saying that? Earlier, he stood on that hierarchy thing. Now he's kind of backtracking because public offender said, no, me and my wife are partners. Me and my wife, blah, blah, blah. So he bullied the public offender, bullied the panel. Now this guy act like he don't want to stand on what he said earlier. And what he said earlier was hierarchy, or he was inferring that. At least that's what I got.
Damn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to look like he doesn't want to look like a red pill bigot. So he's like, oh, this guy is kind of like, pushing this message out for his audience. Let me backtrack that a little bit. I would have actually called him out for that, but that's just me.
Do this right. How come she let the relationship fail? When the relationship goes wrong, it's on the man. I have to ask her father's permission. Something happens to her, he's pissed off at me, not her. So it's like, I understand, like, you have a very feminist point of view about relationship and men, but for the rest of the way the world works, like, power matters, control matters, and so does leverage.
Yeah, I feel like you contradicted yourself too, because you said you don't have a hierarchy, but you guys aren't equal. So what does that look like?
Shit.
You said your relationship isn't a hierarchy.
God damn it! I was hoping he didn't pick that shit up.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He finna say something crazy.
You're right. I did say that. I meant that we're not equal. There is a hierarchy in my relationship. I'm at the top of it, and she's right beneath me.
Oh my God!
And also, didn't you choose her as well? Like I'm not like I just don't think you guys actually have thought this stuff through because it doesn't make sense.
No, you just don't agree with it. You don't agree with it, so it doesn't make
one
sense.
thing and it already doesn't make sense. Like
I
you
tried
think
to
that
say,
she
You know
chose
it
you,
don't
but you
make
chose her
sense.
too. So
P.O.
wouldn't that be the same?
Everybody trying to chime in on this man because he keeps throwing those damn cocktails every time. Simply, but if y'all just answer the question and just leave him alone with his own thing, you wouldn't have this problem. But they can't do it. They just can't do it.
P.O.
Like, why
Hold on.
Yeah. They just can't do it. And the LaPeef got to jump in every couple seconds and be like,
you choosing her can't. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Kenny. I was just trying to let you and Blockchain had that back.
I'm saying.
Go ahead, Kenny. What you got, champ?
Nah, I'm in full, and I'm crazy to say this. I'm in full agreement with Willie. You understand? As for P.O. trying to tear it down, what successful system over time runs with a woman above a man as her being God, woman, man, child? What? Because you're trying to disprove what he put on the table. When does it work holistically through time that a woman rules? You have the Ashanti, the matriarchal society, but on a whole, where are you going with this?
So I mean, I could prove to y'all that your women run your house anyway, but I just ain't done it yet. I just think it's funny because men love to talk about how they run their home. But if you got kids, let me ask you a question. Anybody that got kids, right? Who spends the most time with your children? You or your wife?
They're school teachers.
No, that's a dumb answer. You or your wife out of you two? Who spends
the
most
question
time
was
with?
who spends the majority of time with their children? It's the school teachers.
No, you can't outsmart the question.
You have to ask a complete question. The question you asked was who spends the most time with their children? It's the school teachers.
And that's
now,
a great answer.
If you add the filter to saying
that's wild. Yes. Was that you?
Yeah, no, I said that was a great answer. That's what I was talking about. Answering directly, no emotion. Was that Bruiser who said that?
No, that's I think was it Bruiser or who was that? I don't know.
Between you and the mom, then it's probably still going
how
to
long
be
are your kids at school? 12 hours a day?
No, they're at school 8 hours a day.
My kid is at school 6 hours a day. Are you going to school in Russia? School days are not 8 hours, fam. They're 6 hours.
In the city that you live in, but unfortunately for me, my son's in school for 8 to 9 hours a day, and then they play sports.
What? Okay, yeah. My son is in school for 6 hours. I drop him off and pick him up. He's with me. He's with me and my wife more than he's at school. But anyways, my point
Let's
is
get to some real questions. Go.
Yeah,
I'll answer your questions.
This shit is stupid. Like this is probably the dumbest argument that I've heard tonight. Kenny didn't make it. So I can't even be mad at it this time.
You notice the whole panel there's no order. What's wrong with LaPeef? And LaPeef is in on this. You know he's in on this.
See, right? No, I don't fault LaPeef. This is a show he has, right?
No,
and everybody and okay, but everybody's voice, matters and cause a good show for some controversy. So I get what he's doing. Right. But the thing is, and I gotta leave you with this, HQ. Thank you so much for having me. This is like my first time on your show, I think. And next time, if I come on your show again, I'll make sure I'll be cammed up, okay?
Please come back. Please come back.
Oh, thank you. And maybe I'll see you over there at Fatty's one day or something too.
I come over there every once in a while. Sometimes Fatty comes here on Mondays. On Mondays, we're here. So I mean, just you're free to come over anytime. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. I just want to end with this real quick, right?
Okay.
So like his whole argument that he's laying out there is, I can show you how your women run your household better than you, whatever. And then he asks a question: who spends more time with the kids? So his narrative of women running the household and men not running it is impingent upon which individual spends more time with the kids. Well, then I would then question him, okay, if that is the detail that is impingent upon who is the head of the household, then does that person also bear the responsibility of the statistics of people in society going to prisons, doing school shoot deletions, all that stuff? Because if we look at the number, and I don't believe this, but this is how I would argue it. If we look at the numbers, the people coming up from single mother households are the ones who are primarily in the, from school to prison pipeline.
Right.
Those are the ones that have a lot of the negative statistics, not like I said, I'm not trying to disparage people raised by single mothers. I'm just saying this is how I would use the argument. So I would be curious to see if that is the detail of why the woman runs a household, because she spends more time with the kids, right? So then in a single mother's case, most certainly she spends more time with the kids than a man. So is she then held responsible for the negative statistics of kids run by single mother households? Right? Like that's the thing. Like if that's the detail, then like they have to take the accountability with it as well. And I'm willing to bet you that he would not agree with that.
He's not going to give that. He's not going to have an opportunity to give that answer. But I mean, we'll see. But I don't think they even flesh this whole thing out. I think they get into something something wild. I don't think they get into that answer, because he could have fleshed it out a little bit more. What do you mean by that? But I don't think they're willing to hear what he has to say, and he's being insulting anyway. So I don't think he's not a good, what do you call it? A good faith actor? He's not being a good faith actor.
Oh, that is facts. That encompasses this whole thing.
He's throwing these bombs out to trigger all of them. He's not being good faith.
If I debate this guy, would you be okay with reviewing it?
Yeah, I would love to the public offender. I would love to do a review, you guys, because he's like, Sharon, right? Sharon. Yeah. He's more like Brownsville, but he's more like Brownsville. Tossed between both of those, Sharon and Brownsville. He's a little bit more on the ball than Sharon, but he's a little less rigid than Brownsville.
Well, I'd beat both of them in debates, Sharon and Brownsville, and I got no problem with them. I got love for them, but I've been banned off of Sharon's show for a reason.
So go over to public offender. Go over to public offender and listen to his content, because I'm not listening to it to enjoy it, but listen to it in order to debate his points, because he goes further than Sharon and Brownsville. So
Will do. So it's a date. It's a date, okay? I'll debate him. You review it. Then we'll see what happens.
and then we'll listen and we'll talk. We'll have but you're welcome to come back. Thank you for showing up, hon. Thank you.
Hey, you have a great night. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, that's Dark Lake, everybody. Okay, we have another guest that came on the panel, but this is where he gets into even more triggering, and then it's not that long. It's not that long, so we'll be done with him soon.
Let me have this back and forth.
Hey, fellas. Theo, I think we need to move on to the next question. What's the next question,
you guys taking your medicine today? Are you guys okay? Because the way
what's
y'all
your next
can't be
question?
quiet and have a conversation is
All
crazy.
right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Now we getting out of hand. We getting out of hand.
40-year-old man up there. This shit is embarrassing.
Theo, I got it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next question, man. It's a good segue.
I literally can't. Before we move, can I finish?
God damn, bro.
God damn, y'all want to jump around?
See, they're terrible with they're terrible. They don't want to they don't want to hear anymore, because they done heard enough. When you hear enough from somebody that you understand that he's trying to trigger you, once you heard enough, you want to turn everything off. And this is what they want to do. They want to move ahead, move to another question. But see, I understand what he's doing. He's gaslighting them. He's on the panel to trigger them. And that's fine. That's his first appearance, I guess. His first appearance on that channel. So it's good exposure. And you're going to have his people come over, because he has like 30, 40 subscribers. So it's good exposure for LApeef, because he's normally not live. He only goes live once a week. Most of his stuff is, do a live show, but he may do something throughout the week, but I'm pretty sure he said he only goes live once a week. So this is a good shit. They used in a barbershop speaking. That's great. But I don't really like the LApeef channel, because it's like more pandering. Everybody has to agree, and they really don't like disagreements, because then they start throwing ad hominems and people are wrong and triggered, and then a lot of people look at me and say, well, HQ, you got to hold the women accountable. And I say, I'm not holding nobody accountable except me, and that's how it's going to be. But LaPeef is okay. It's good for a review. So I might review more than this, but this was an interesting one simply because they should have known, because I think maybe 2 or 3 people knew who he was, but the rest of them did not. They did not. But let's continue. Hey, Aaron. But it's not long, because it's almost, because he tuned the public offender may be on the panel, but he tunes out. And this is why we did the review, just to review his portions of it.
Hey, JR, maybe we should let one person, I don't care who the person is, have this back and forth with him so he can finish all his questions. Because I would like to ask this nigga some questions. Because
why the hell y'all need all these people on the panel? God damn, you just have you and him.
Because here's the thing.
I think we did that already. We've been doing it for about an hour and 25 minutes.
He arguing with every last person that has an opinion about anything. The only person he ain't argued with yet is Trav, because Trav ain't said nothing. He trying to jump down. He throw in.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and pose it.
Pause, nigga. Nah. So if it's okay, I would just like to finish what I was saying.
Like all of our hoes,
because I feel like.
Okay, hold on. P.O., what's your question and who you want to answer the question?
Okay, I already asked the question. The question was.
Okay, who do you want to answer the question?
I'm just saying, anybody can answer it, because I don't.
Right? No. Choose somebody you want to answer. We're not.
I don't
about
know
to
who has kids, brother. That's what I was saying. Anybody that has kids.
I think everybody. Well, mostly. Well, except Kenny.
Okay. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not assuming.
Yeah.
But
I think every person got no kids.
You know,
who do you want to ask?
You know what I'll do, LaPeef? I'll just do it instead of asking the question, because they're not gonna answer it. So the majority of you guys, if you have children and you have a wife or a woman that lives at home with you, that woman takes care of your kids more than you do. First and foremost, I'll start there. So she runs the kids. You don't run the kids, she runs the kids. Secondly, when you talk about the mental labor of the home, what needs to get done, the planning for the home, the cooking, the cleaning, the things that actually make the home run, she's in control of the vast majority of that, right? Mm-hmm. The majority of the time. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So we know she runs the kids. She does all the mental labor, or most of it, and she does most of the physical labor too. How the hell is that not running the house? Because you have the moniker of a leader, because you bestowed the leadership role. You just took on the moniker of leader. Therefore, you're the leader, but you don't do any of the task of a leader. How are you leading? What are you leading?
Can I explain why?
No,
go ahead.
Wait. First, let's establish this. Is that your household, P.O.?
That is. I see what I said. I asked the question because I wanted y'all to answer it, but then I knew y'all wasn't gonna answer it. So I just took it upon me. That is the wrong.
Hold on, y'all. Let Kenny. Let
Sweeney.
Well, no, I just asked a very simple question.
No question.
I'm going to answer your question.
Is that your household?
Yes, my wife does the majority of the labor in the home, as does the majority of other women as well. That's not odd.
So what is your?
Okay, hold on, Will. Because everybody.
See, that's the part. He knows. What do you say? Is he honest? Is he being honest here, or is this a fallacy that P.O. is talking about? Aaron?
At this point, it's hard to really invest much. I mean, because now I see his MO is to disrupt, right, and I think I'm afraid I'd be put in a situation where it's like a broken clock can be right twice a day,
right.
You know, so it's hard. I don't know.
It's like, okay, it's sort of almost true,
right,
but not quite true,
right.
And it's like, okay, can I argue about that? And then would I be petty just to get a little point off for you left something off?
Now you got me. Yep.
Zeus, What do you got to say about this? This is the last point we're gonna review. We ain't gonna review no more. We gonna review that, and then that's it, because I have to do the immigration thing or the Elon Musk thing later on, whatever that wildness is. Zeus, welcome to
Hey, thanks for having me on the panel, HQ. And I want to say I love Aaron, and I'm glad that brother has made a return. That's one thing I want to stand on.
Yes.
We had this situation happen in our group. Black America was, I think Ty Pro was speaking, then Lex spoke, and Black America, not to quote him, but kind of get the meat and potatoes, he goes, they don't know nothing. They need to be quiet, blah, blah, blah. And they could have taken that personal, but they didn't. They let Black America say his point, and then they got the meat and potatoes of his point, meaning they brought skills to the table and tools, and understand these conversations are hard. When I'm listening to this, I just hear a lot of brothers in that energy of chirping, of always saying something. No matter what the subject is, they gonna say something. Even before it's done. Your wife or my wife, your house or my house. That it's not really adding value to the conversation.
Right.
With that said, I'm in. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes. My thing was, if you wanted to have a productive conversation, and I don't think they wanted to have a productive conversation, because you already knew that if when you invite Brownville and Sharon on a panel, everybody is going to be trying to get at Brownville or Sharon. Everybody has a counterpoint to what they say. So if you wanted to have a productive conversation, you should have brought a person that was not going to throw shit in the middle of the floor and then expect you to respond to it. And this is all that he has done. I don't know whether that's a normal thing on his channel. I don't know what his channel is specifically about. I do know he speaks like that, Sharon and Brownsville. I do know that. So if you wanted to have a combative show, don't try to control the show, because then that's what you brought him on to do, was to be a combative person. But if you brought him on here to have a decent show or a regular show like you normally do, this was not the person to invite. But I know Darren did it to stir the show up, stir up controversy. Did it help the show? Did it move the conversation forward? No, it didn't, because this man came on to bruise egos, to say things that would get him at. The first thing he told Will was, you don't have comprehension skills and you don't read past the 6th grade level. All night long, Will has been trying to come up on him and to best him. And that's not a good look for Will, because Will looks petty now. He looks small now, like he's always nitpicking at him. Same thing with Kenny. You look small now because you jumped on the panel to get a I gotcha, and he bested you at that time too. So now we don't know. And now we're looking at Hink like, Hink, why you ain't saying nothing? You normally be right in Brownsville's face, wrong or right. He's always in Brownville or Sharon's face saying, you talking 2-point crazy. Am I right or wrong? Yes, he does. But why is he on mute right now? What's going on? That's all I'm saying. The panel was wrong. I get why they did it, but it didn't move the conversation at all, because everybody turned into frozen statues. And all we hear is Will being petty, Sweeney trying to talk, Darwin trying to defend his position, and everybody else and letting public offender walk around and stomp on everybody's feelings.
Well, that's where I got to give you some credit, HQ, because what this is, it ended up being a classroom where we can have two honest conversations. One, about the actual topic at hand, the context, and two, about the behavior around the conversations, right? We can actually converse about the conversation, which is something that everybody's sick of doing. But what that does is it speaks to our communication skills or lack thereof. So there's something else to study there outside of the context of the conversation. So maybe I think what they did was just provide cannon fodder or a curriculum, right? To which level-headed, intelligent truth seekers, I'll say, people that are really interested in genuinely having the conversation to grow, right? We can now use it as a classroom setting to analyze, and then we can take the talking points, dismantle them, or we can take talking points, breathe life into them, and now we can apply those things out in our real world lives.
Right.
So on this actual panel, did it have much value? No, but those who seek value and are genuine about seeking value will use it to find value. So kudos to you for that.
Right. Zeus?
Well, first of all, I think there's a couple of layers going on.
Right.
Did I tell you that I love that Aaron's back? Did I say that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that again.
Yes.
Appreciate you, my G. Love you too, bro.
All right. Thank you. Well, here's what I understand. There's a social media branding that goes on in these lives, and people don't understand that. The beauty of, if you have one person talk, you develop sound bites, shorts, and clips. Even if they're wrong, it develops that. The other thing I notice, and I'll speak as a man, doesn't matter what color, we don't have social skills. So we develop social skills a hard way. We don't have social tools. One of those tools is listening. One of those tools is reframing. Aaron's really good at reframing. He doesn't tell you, hey, you heard that wrong. He doesn't say that was said wrong. He says, here's another perspective that we can look at. And he reframes that to give it to you. His point isn't his ego. His point isn't your ego. And I'm sorry, Aaron, I'm speaking for you. His point is to make it digestible. A lot of times when they're interrupting, there's no value.
Right.
You, if I say it's 10 o'clock and you say it's not, it's 9:59, we're arguing the same point. And that's what I found when I listened to a lot of podcasts. They don't understand the power of a soundbite. They don't understand the power of your purpose is to get better. If you notice each one of these conversations we've had, I will say out of 20, 18 of them, everybody has left going, you know what? That was a good point. Ooh, I never thought of that. Ooh, I disagree, but I like hearing that person's point.
Right.
That's the power of having these groups. With that said, I'm in.
There you go. Let's listen
Jump
to questions.
Wait, everybody jump in.
Hold on, Will. We gotta have some structure, bro.
I got a question for you, Will. Why you don't got no sideburns?
Fuck it. I'm good.
See this? You see that? What was the beauty in that? Everybody, what was the beauty in him saying that? And everybody tossed their head back, said, oh no, come on now. Now you know he's playing now. Wouldn't you know that he's playing now? And then everybody would relax. Because now you know he's joking. He's not serious at all.
I don't know. Is my microphone coming through? Is my microphone coming through?
He's laughing. Everybody else is like, what? What is he talking about?
Something else, because this is chaotic, bro.
Man, you making it chaotic.
Hey, so you listen.
Hold on, Biz. Hold on. Hey, I want Sweeney to finish his point that he was gonna make. Sweeney, go ahead and finish your point.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So P.O., you said that is your household structure, right? You said that is your household structure, right?
Huh?
You said that is your household structure, right?
As well as the majority of other Americans.
All right. Are you saying that would be your way of being able to prove to us, if that was our household structure, that our women actually lead the household? Would that be your example?
Yes.
So your wife leads your household?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm not like y'all. I don't do this fake posturing. I don't care. I have no shame in it. I'm in a happy, successful, healthy relationship.
So wait a minute. Do you? So wait a minute.
Damn
it, yo.
What was gay about that? What the hell is going on? I mean, he was straight up with it. I mean, I mean, I get what he's saying. I get all of that. But now it's too late. You can't bring it. It's too late because it's too late.
Can I give an example of something that I heard in the conversation?
Go ahead.
I think of a basketball game. The coach is in immediate contact with the players. He's not in charge of the players scoring. He's in charge of putting them in positions to win. That would be the mother energy. I know I'm taking it far, but there's also another person on the floor, and their job is to keep the play fair, to keep things balanced, to keep the coach balanced, and to keep the player balanced, and keep the integrity of the game. That's the referee. That's the dad. And the dad and the referee is as important to the game as any other element, but it's an important part. And that's how I look at it, AKA abstract thinking. With that said, I'm in.
This was actually good. This was actually good in this particular point. It sort of broke down. It made the audience think about how it was that all of them wasn't challenging this one particular person, even though he had goofy things. Because I know a lot of them in the chat. When I looked in the chat, a lot of them said, that's the same garbage that Sharon is talking. That's the same stuff that Brownville talking. Why y'all ain't going head on head? Were they afraid that they could not beat his arguments? I don't understand what was going on. Were you afraid that you couldn't beat his argument? Because he does have a large audience, which means men, and he has people who challenge him every day. I've seen that. I've seen his show. And they come up and then he don't let people on the panel. It's just always him on the screen. And then they talk. They're down there and they're talking. Somehow. I don't understand how that works, but somehow. So he does have people who do pushback. I thought being on here, you had 9 different other men who were different intellectually, who were different socially, would have been able to challenge this man to any kind of back and forth in some kind of coherent message. At the beginning, Will did. Will was right there with him, but he said something and that triggered Will, and Will has been off he's been on the back of his heels ever since, and no one else has been able to counter any of his arguments, right? But you would think that with these 9 people, one of them would have been able to keep on him and to challenge what he was saying. And this is a lesson in saying you got to get better with your argument. You got to get better with your argument. I don't know whether their arguments would have been good or not. This is the problem. You can't tell because none of them challenged this man except Will, and Will got triggered by his ego.
Yeah, I think the difference between this gentleman and, let's say, Brownsville, for example, is this guy seems to be more diverse in his ad libs and ad hominems, whereas Brownsville kind of leans on you kind of know what he's going to say next.
Script.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, thank you. Exactly. He's very scripted, right? He has a log of you know what he's going to say next,
right.
So you can preload an attack or a defense.
Right.
With this guy, you don't know, and I think he leans harder on discrediting you by using things like semantics, definitions, or your understanding of definitions to discredit your perspective. Whereas Brownsville really kind of attacks your point and attacks you through the point. This guy will attack the point through you. He'll attack you, make you seem discredible, which makes your point fall flat.
Right.
I think Brownsville at least will engage in the back and forth between points,
right.
And then he's using his script book. This guy's, I mean, he's good at what he does, but he's far too unpredictable. He's far too new, and he's far too quick
to escape the context.
Right.
And you'll follow him right out the door.
And the
now
thing
your
is,
ego's on the line.
right. And the thing is, he's very good at what he's doing.
Right.
And this, I thought when I first started to review it, that one of you guys would be able to get him. But you can't, but none of you were able to get him except Will's ego is too.
His ego got him. Yep.
His ego got him.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Because Sweeney normally will go at you, have logical, coherent answers, blah, blah, blah. Why ain't Sweeney right in there in the mix? Because he doesn't know how to attack him, because this guy is too good. I'm not saying he's the best. What I am saying, he's better than y'all at being able to, what am I trying to say? In being able to, maybe he's more smarmy. I don't know.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
HQ. I apologize.
Go ahead, Zeus.
So
go ahead.
This communication style is called ambushing. Rush Limbaugh used to use this. It's where they listen to you and they either attack you or they attack the gaping hole in your argument. And then all of a sudden you're saying, well, I said that, but this is what I meant. And you took that and it's just the toilet paper unraveling. You can't grab one piece to make it come back. What I've noticed, some people like to argue just to argue. You have said yourself, you like to go through the textures of debate. That's your learning process. Even though you didn't say it like that, that's how you learn. Other people never learn. My family members, I got 100 showcases of stuff they've been doing when they was 12. They now 40 and still doing the same thing.
Right.
With that said, I'm in.
And this was a good thing to watch, to see happen in real time. I was like, wait a minute. What am I watching here? This guy can't be, he's not better than you guys. He's just, he knows how to make your stuff look bad. I don't know how to explain it right, but I think you explained it better, Aaron.
He's a master. Yeah, he manipulates you off your own square. And even if you don't give him anything, he'll initiate it through using Socratic questioning. He'll ask a question whose answer is going to set you up.
And it's like, it was almost embarrassing, because these men are intelligent. You cannot tell me Trev is not intelligent. Darwin, when he's on his mark, he's on his mark. Will, when he's on his thing, he's on his thing. Hamp might be a little bit like an elephant, but he still will come and say something. The same with Viz, the young man in the middle, very, very intelligent, from the Navy, wherever he's from. Sweeney is down pat with the relationship, and Kenny comes from a moral standpoint. What the hell happened? Like he ran through y'all like y'all were made of toilet paper. Just ran through you. And it was a good thing to see. I appreciate watching it, but I was like, ain't no way that y'all can't beat that. But it's a different it's a different style of debate. It's a different style of debate. And if you don't debate like that, you're going to lose. That's why it looked as though you all were losing, because he's good at bringing you down rabbit holes of your own making.
Yeah. You don't need it. He's like, I don't need to beat you on this, because you can't beat me on this, and you can't beat me on this, and you can't beat me on this. And now you're trying to beat him on a bunch of stuff, and he's luring you into his playground, challenging you to beat him. When it's like, no, bruh, you can't beat me on this. I don't need to beat you on that other shit. We'll get there in a minute.
And Will had him. Had him.
But that's what he did.
The ego.
That's right.
Will's ego. Soon as he said, you sure you can read better than a 6th grade education, sir? Because you need to define feminist or masculinity, and you can't seem to do that. Once he tapped into that, over. And he was the only one. He was the only, and the young man in the middle down at the bottom, he could have did it too. But he understands what he's doing, but he don't want to engage like that because he's straightforward, intelligent. That's it.
You know what you got to do? Lean into the insult. Say, no, I'm not sure I can read on a 3rd grade level, but what I am sure of is this, and that's pretty damn simple. Now put the ball back in his court, right? Lean into it,
right?
Because it'll take the power out of it,
right?
It'll advance you above it. It's like when a 4-year-old punches you, you can't kick him. You just say that tickled. Do it again. now you got him.
And Will was there. Right. Will was there. He was doing insult for insult. Go back. I got you. Here it is. But you leaned into that. But Will was trying not to do the ego thing, but he did it first.
Ego gets you every time.
He hit Will's ego first, and then it was over because Will has not been on his square ever since he said that one thing about his 6th grade education. You can't read, brother. Something is wrong, brother. And then that had him down the hole. Wow. And this was a good example. This was a very good thing to review because it just shows you that there's different styles of debate, he ain't right. None of his points, they may be valid, but you could have poked holes in them if y'all would have known his combat style before he got there. You could have contacted, and Will said he knew his style. He was the only one that said, I know how you are, brother. I can cook you on this. That's what he said when the man came in the room. And then you let him grab your ego and toss you through the room, toss you across the room. Zeus, what you got to say, sir?
The other brother who was on, I don't know. He was saying he has the same
Dark Lake. His
Dark
name
Lake.
is Dark Lake. Yes.
Respectfully, that brother also has. When I went to college, I had a buddy who was a 2-time debating national champion. They can go in any room, not know.
Whoa. You went away. You went away. But Dark Lake said he's going to study his content and see if he can debate him. I've never seen Dark Lake debate. I have no idea. But see, somebody like Fantastic would be perfect for this, going against this brother, because Fantastic don't mind getting in the gutter.
That'll be a shootout.
Yes. He don't mind. I need to suggest this to Hamp. Hey, Hamp, why don't you invite Public Offender over there and then make sure you have Fantastic to come up, and then, because they can go back and forth, because that would be a good, because Fantastic speaks logically, coherently, and all of that. And then so does this guy. But you guys, it would be a debate. It really would.
He'll play that game too. But no, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Yeah.
Right. So that would be an interesting debate if Hamp would invite him over there, and then they would have that debate because they have about the same amount of viewers, right? So it would be an epic battle. So anyway, final thoughts, Mr. Aaron, please and thank you, because I got to go off and do my political thing.
Go off and do your political thing, Miss HQ. I'm always grateful for the opportunity. It's a great show, a great channel. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And while you're there, share, subscribe, drop a coin in the bank.
Thank you.
This is a build channel over here. That's why I spend my time over here. If it wasn't, I wouldn't. So I love y'all. Take care of yourselves.
Please come back, because we might be reviewing some more. I really have never thought to review LApeef, but this is a good exercise, how the panel goes. Once you know some of the characters, you can pretty much know how it should have went. How it should have went was Will, with commanding presence, should have been able to demolish that. But apparently, first time really debating, you ain't going to do it. So please come back when you see that we're probably going to have another session about this. I would welcome the content, welcome you coming over. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. I sure will. Thank you.
Thank you. So Zeus, sir. I wish you would come back on and give me your final thought, but it's okay. We got to drop off for a moment. I think it's at 10. It may be at 10 o'clock. I ain't sure when I'm supposed to come back and do what I got to do with this ish. Yeah, it is 10 o'clock. But I got to eat because I never eat after 12 o'clock. But I got to eat something and then come back at 10 o'clock. I will see you guys then. Thank you for coming on the panel, Zeus. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you for the super chats. Did I read them all? Wait a minute. $1.99, a divine photo showing appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back at 10 o'clock. We could talk about Trump. We could talk about the immigrant. We could talk about all that good stuff. I got to read up and hear some more stuff about what's happening, what Trump has been saying, and I will be back at 10 o'clock. I will see you guys later.